Members, we are about to begin.
Okay, here's the countdown. 5, 4.
Recording has started.
Go.
Good morning, everyone. Will the Maui County Council meeting of December 2nd, 2022 please come to order? It is approximately 9:02 a.m. Shall we begin with roll call? And this morning's greeting is from Ukraine. Привіт, everyone.
Chair, proceeding with roll call. Members participating from non-public locations should state who, if anyone, except minors, is present with them as part of roll call. Councilmember Shane Senensi.
Aloha kakayaka kako and Preveet. Happy to join this Friday council meeting from the Hana District Office, where I'm here, chair with district staff Don Lono and Mavis Medeiros, and currently there are no testifiers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mike Molina.
Aloha and Preveet, Madam Chair, my fellow colleagues, and everyone else joining us for our council meeting here today. For the record, I'm transmitting from the Wailuku Council Chambers, and we have no testifiers over at the Paia District Office. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly Takaya King.
Aloha kakahiaka and Preveet, Chair, and my fellow council members. Nice to be in here in the chambers with a quorum actually physically present. And I have not gotten any word from our district office, but I'm going to assume there are no testifiers in the South Maui District Office, anonymous or otherwise, unless we hear from Daniel. And, we're here in person, so looking forward to a great meeting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Preveet, Chair, community members, council members. I am in the chambers today. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office. I'm here and ready to work. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako and Preveet. There's no testifiers at the Lahaina District Office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Yukile Sugimura.
Preveet, everybody. I'm here in Kula at my home office, and nice to see all our council members today. Looking forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Presiding Officer Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair, and Preveet to all of my fellow colleagues. I'm here in the council chamber, and I'm looking forward to a very expeditious meeting today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Council Vice Chair Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. Aloha, Chair. I am here at the 300 Ala Moana Boulevard at the Federal Court building here on Oahu. I am not in a public location. It's the witness room waiting to testify, which I'll be going to after providing my remarks this morning. There are no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. And there's one. Oh, correction. Mahalo, Member Johnson, for monitoring the chat for me. There is one testifier currently at the Molokai District Office. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And of course, we're with you. Go get them when it's your turn. Mr. Clerk,
And Council Chair Alice L. Lee.
I'm here. Privit, everyone.
Chair, there are 9 members present. A quorum is present to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I am Deputy County Clerk James Kruger. Also present from the Office of the County Clerk are Legislative Division staff Joyce Murashige, Lauren Saldana, and Del Yoshida. And joining the meeting from the Department of the Corporation Counsel is First Deputy Corporation Counsel Rochelle Thompson.
Opening remarks will be provided by Council Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm so thankful for this privilege to provide opening remarks on the second to the last council meeting of this term as I sit here in the witness room of Federal Court Building on Oahu, waiting to testify with a background that almost looks like a filter, a virtual filter background. I wanted to take this opportunity to close out our term by commending my colleagues, their staff, our council services staff who amazingly kept pace with us this term, and the dedicated community members for everyone's hard work in passing a record number of council-initiated legislation. This year, we'll have gone through over 300 pieces of county communication, 135 committee reports, over 260 resolutions, and 200 bills. Last year, we had 563 county communications, 140 committee reports, 149 bills, a total of 1,120 pieces of county communication, 275 committee reports, and 345 bills this term. For reference, last year, the Honolulu City and County Council passed about 40 bills, just for reference. In this term, we launched the new Department of Agriculture, started the long-term rental exemption and classification, created a preference policy for long-term residents for affordable housing, provided tax relief for long-term residents, and increased property taxes on non-owner occupied residents and transient accommodations, started and ended the new transient accommodation moratorium, and capped transient accommodations in most districts that have permitted it, regulated bike tours for everyone's safety, funded the overnight safe zone parking lot for individuals currently living in their vehicles, created a DHHL liaison position, assistant for the council-initiated county archaeologists, a Hawaiian language communications specialist in council and the administration, owner-occupied resident, sorry, distracted. Do I need to go? My apologies. Stop the homeowner exemption for properties conducting short-term rentals. Passed the Aina Kupuna legislation to protect generational families from being priced out. Updated the 20-plus year old West Maui Community Plan, and updated the Maui Water Use and Development Plan, created a budget process that was developed and refined together, acquired budget software, OpenGov, that streamlined our budget session, making it far less painful for staff and committee and the public, passed resolutions urging the FAA to require planes to use flight paths away from residential neighborhoods, and tour helicopters a mile away from land, funded programs to protect farms and manage our deer population, approved housing projects that were appropriate for the location and were truly affordable for our residents, created the community water authorities, worked with the administration to secure over 500 acres in Waiale as a cultural preserve and 23 acres for affordable housing, quickly initiated the new county transient accommodation tax, funded the Halau of Oiwi Arts, and hopefully today we'll be passing the new cultural overlay. And these are just the highlights. When the community has a council and administration that's working for the people, this is what is possible. Government is not a set it and forget it. Laws aren't written in stone and can be changed at any time. And while laws are refined after they're implemented and loopholes are identified, the public must always be vigilant. Future councils may not have agreed with everything that this council passed. It'll be in the people's hands to protect laws from being repealed so that housing can be affordable through housing price guidelines, so that new people moving in don't take the affordable housing that was just built for long-term residents who have deep roots here. And while we will likely do our farewells to Councilmember King and Councilmember Molina at our last council meeting, I wanted to extend my sincere mahalo to them here as well. You helped to make government as it should be, of the people, for the people. And in this last term, we worked really hard to make that happen together. And there's still so much work to do, and we will need everyone's voices. Next term, I'm committed to continuing community engagement, education, capacity building so that we can continue building a thriving Lahui. He ali'i ka ina, he kaua ke kanaka. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez, for that wonderful report. Now, I ask you to join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on ceremonial resolutions. Members of the public may testify in the council chamber at courtesy testimony sites or remotely through the information listed on the meeting agenda. Individuals in the council chamber may sign up to testify with staff member located at the desk in the 8th floor lobby. Individuals at courtesy testimony sites may sign up with staff at the site. Individuals participating remotely may sign up in the meeting chat. Individuals connected by phone are currently on mute and should only unmute if they wish to testify. Individuals connected by video conference should keep both their video and microphones off and should turn them on only when it is their time to testify. Testimony is limited to the items listed on the agenda. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes with up to 1 minute to conclude per item. When testifying, please state your name and the name of any organization you represent, as well as the items on which you will be testifying. Please also identify to the council if you are a paid lobbyist. Individuals may also be disconnected from the meeting at any time for breaking decorum. At this time, individuals may testify on the ceremonial resolution. Chair, we currently do not have any individuals signed up to testify on the ceremonial resolution, but we'll do last call now. If there is anyone who would like to provide testimony on the ceremonial resolution, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call.
Aloha. I would like to testify. This is Lucy Andine.
All right, please proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I just want to say that for many years, our Paia Youth and Cultural Center has been just a bright beacon in our community. And besides just giving our youth a place to come that's beautiful and inspiring to them right at the ocean where many activities that they enjoy are available, it also offers important life skills like cooking, like learning how to run a radio station, and many, many other things that are useful, including, as we have seen in this incident, water safety instruction and first aid. And we are very, very proud that our little community facility that is really unique in all the youth centers on Maui has led to this fortunate outcome of a life being saved. So congratulations to our young heroine and to the whole support system of the Paia Youth and Cultural Center. And please remember the center in the budget. They need funds every year. It's an old building, and they have great programs. So thank you for your consideration, and so happy for this outcome and that we are bestowing this honor on our young lady here.
Thank you, Ms. Dene. Are there any questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any other testifiers?
Chair, no one else has identified themselves as wishing to testify on this resolution.
Are there any objections, members, to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for ceremonial resolutions?
No objections.
So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with ceremony resolutions. You have before you Resolution 22-263 entitled Honoring and Thanking Maui County Resident Emma Lee McCord for her act of heroism at Paia, Maui, Hawai'i on September 3rd, 2022.
Councilmember King.
Mahalo, Chair. I will, well, first I'll move to adopt Resolution 22-263, and then I'll go ahead and read the resolution myself.
Second.
All right. Moved by Councilmember King, seconded by Member Molina to adopt Resolution 22-263. Member King.
Thank you, Chair, and mahalo to Member Molina. Appropriate because this is his district that the young lady is from. The resolution honoring and thanking Maui County resident Emily McCord for her act of heroism at Paia, Maui, Hawaii on September 3rd, 2022. Whereas Emily McCord, a 7th grade student at Kalama Intermediate School, was enjoying herself at the Paia Youth and Cultural Center, PYCC, when an injured swimmer at nearby Paia Bay Beach Park suddenly needed urgent help. And whereas the swimmer had been bitten by a shark, and beachgoers ran to the PYCC desperately seeking someone who could provide first aid until emergency responders arrived, and whereas Emily had recently completed first aid training at the youth center, and she immediately took heroic action to effectively render aid and stabilize the injured swimmer, helping to save her life, and whereas in a critical decision, Emily directed another helper to stop pouring water on the swimmer's head, and whereas Emily told Hawaii News Now in a story that ran on October 13, 2022, that she had learned through her training at the PYCC that if you put water on their head, then you can drown them. And that's a good lesson for all of us. And whereas in recognition of Emily's heroism, the local Red Cross chapter has nominated her for a prestigious National Life-Saving Award by the American Red Cross, and whereas the Department of Police also plans to honor Emily for her heroism, and whereas the exceptional performance and selfless heroism of Emily McCord have brought pride and honor to the people of the County of Maui, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it honors and thanks Maui County resident Emily McCord for her act of heroism at Paia, Maui, Hawaii on September 3rd, 2022, and 2, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Emily McCord, Tammy Haili, Principal, Samuel E. Kalama Intermediate School, Susan White, Executive Director, Paia Youth and Cultural Center, Lauren Lapo, Maui Hero Project Program Administrator, Paia Youth and Cultural Center, Billy Jalbert, President, Board of Directors and Advisors, Paia Youth and Cultural Center, Robert King, Chair, Maui County American Red Cross Advisory Council, Jenny Worth, Disaster Program Manager, the Red Cross, Maui County American Red Cross of Hawaii, Chief of Police John Pelletier, and Michael, and the Honorable Mayor Michael P. Victorino. And Chair, before discussion, I'd like to move to amend, friendly amendment, basically adding another name to, adding the name of Gordon Gillis, Instructor, Safety Services, Hawaii, as a recipient in the second be it resolved clause.
Any objections, members?
And
No
Gillis
objections. So ordered.
is here. All right.
Discussion?
Thank you.
Member King.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my husband because he recently became the chair of the advisory committee for the Maui Red Cross and came home from the first meeting, his first meeting, very excited about this young lady who they had discussed, who had been such a hero for water safety. And so that's how this resolution transpired. And I'm really happy to be recognizing this on what is the week before our youth council. So it's a very good fit for today. On September 3rd, 2022, Emily sprung to action to perform an act of heroism after an individual who was a visitor from France was bitten by a shark off of Paia Bay. She utilized her American Red Cross training to provide emergency response in a critical situation that contributed to saving a life. Emily showed courage, selflessness, and genuine intent to help another person in a situation requiring quick thinking and a calm demeanor. At only 12 years old, she is an amazing hero we can all be proud of, and I respectfully ask for the council's support of my motion as amended, and as we found out as a happy coincidence that today is Emily's birthday, I'd like to wish her a happy birthday as well.
Thank you. Mr. Molina.
Yes, mahalo, Madam Chair, and I certainly echo the sentiments of my colleague, Member King, and thank you for bringing this resolution to all of us to recognize Emily's amazing act of heroism. And it's not too often you find a 12-year-old reacting under duress. I mean, it's tough enough for an adult, but to display leadership and courage and where time is of the essence for the person that was bitten by the shark is just simply amazing, and we're all so very proud of her. And I'm sure over at Kalama Intermediate, where I substitute teach as my moonlighting job, I'm sure many folks are very proud of her. I'm just blown away by this tremendous act of sacrifice on her part too. And mahalo to the cultural center as well. I know it was mentioned earlier by a testifier about the budget and monies for this cultural center. Well, in this case, Madam Chair, this was money well spent when they can provide programs that can help educate our youth to respond in types of emergencies like this. So just a great example and a wonderful story. And congratulations to you, Emily, and also to your family and everyone else. And happy birthday. Mahalo, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other members? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to extend my congratulations and happy birthday as well, and encourage the young lady to join in the junior lifeguard programs this upcoming summer. Thank you.
We have our own lifeguard on the council. Member Sugimura.
Congratulations, Emily. Wow. At your young age, and I agree with my colleagues about demonstrating such leadership under situations that really requires that inner core to come forward. I have always supported the Paia Youth and Cultural Center, and this is another display of why they are so important to be an integral part in our community. Thank you very much. Congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you, Member Sugimura. Any other members? Member Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to wish Emily a happy birthday and blessings upon her, not just for her birthday today, but for all the days of her life, because the confidence that she had within her to immediately make a split-second decision to do what she knew she was trained to do, could do, and had the ability and the capacity to do is what's going to take her into a future that will be bright and fulfilling. So I am honored, along with my colleagues today, to wish her a happy birthday and blessings for all the days of her life and for her 7 generations to come. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Pro Tem Kama. Any more comments or questions? If not, I'd like to offer my congratulations to Emily. I think it's amazing what you did to help save another person's life. And what's incredibly awesome is the fact that you had the presence of mind to think about what you learned and help this person survive. This is just simply amazing. And you are going to be a role model for not only the kids at the Paia Youth Center, but for all of Maui's youth. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take the vote. Members, all in favor of adopting Resolution 22-263, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I see 8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. The excused is Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. And one more thing. Happy birthday from all of us. Yes, Member King.
Yes, Chair, if we may take a few minutes to present Lay and then take a picture with the family who is here. We also have here Lauren Lapo, Gordon Gillis, Jenny Worth, and Robert King. So my hope was, I was hoping to give the Lay before, but we didn't have everybody here. So if we could present Lay and then ask them to say a few words if they would like to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, everyone.
And grandmother.
You ready for a picture? birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Emma. Happy birthday to you. So we didn't want to sit on this thing, but for one family, and there's actually 12.
Thank you so much for having me over here, and I'm just thankful for having Lauren teach me how to help other people, and I'm thankful for my family to show up today.
Anybody else? You want to say a few words, Gordon?
Hi, I'm Gordon Gillis, and I had the pleasure of teaching the adult and pediatric first aid, CPR, and AED class to Emma 6 days before the incident. So it was my pleasure and honor to teach that class to you, Emily. I teach a lot of classes, and I often don't know, the benefit it has to the community. So it's really nice to know that some of the work we do really makes a difference. So I'm really thrilled and I'm very proud of Emily. So thank you.
Do you want to say a few words on behalf of the
just want to say how proud I am of my daughter and how she steps to the plate. And I'm lost for words how express how emotional and proud I am. But I want to thank everybody involved and Lauren and everything you've done for my daughter and just for the future of all the generations you can teach. And it's amazing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Emma, and congratulations. And to your family, Dad, Grandpa, and sister, really grateful that that Emma turned out the way that she did. It's a really honor and a blessing to know you and to be part of your life and how you are every day around the youth center and around your friends and the way how you are towards people you never met before. You know, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of strength, even with adults present, to intervene and take that step towards life. You know, that's a big deal in a lifetime to be able to do that. So I'm really grateful. I'm grateful to you, Gordon, for not just taking the time to train Emily, but and her class, but every class of kids that we've had for the last number of years at the Maui Hero Project at the Paia Youth and Cultural Center. It's through our collaboration with Safety Services, through the Red Cross. Thank you, Jenny, for all the efforts you've made here at the American Red Cross on Maui to initiate the Red Cross clubs with a number of schools, incorporating how many, I don't even know, youth into this movement of care and compassion towards people in need. It was the foundation for the training to happen. And I'm really grateful to the CERT program. Like even before the Red Cross stepped in, we were collaborating with the Teen CERT program, which has new life and new energy through the fire department. And it's through all these collaborations and all these connections of helping professionals reaching out to the younger generation through organizations like the Youth Center over in Paia that allow acts like this to be performed by everyday heroes and heroines like Emma. So I'm really glad. I'm really encouraged, and at the same time, our youth center is in real need. Our program, the Maui Hero Project, is funded through the State Office of Youth Services, whereas the rest of the programs at the youth center depend on county funds. So with the new building in the planning stages, we could use all the support for construction, planning, and programming that we could get. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Emma. My name is Jenny Worth. I'm the Disaster Program Manager at the American Red Cross. Been there for about 2 years. And while I've been there, we have built Red Cross clubs across the county, increasing our volunteer workforce. Now, youth under 18 are 40% of the volunteer workforce in the county. So, 90 plus students right now are actively volunteering with the American Red Cross. That's a lot to be proud of. Thank you, Emma, for just making us all so proud. We're very proud of you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Did you want to say a few words? Sure.
I just want to say happy birthday to my amazing little sister. She's now 13, and I feel like I've watched her grow up in the snap of an eye. And the fact that she saved someone, I couldn't even do that. That's crazy. She called me and she's like, "Are you proud of me?" I'm like, "Duh." Why wouldn't I be proud of you, Emma? You are amazing, and I bless you with everything in life. I might be gone after high school, but I hope you have an amazing high school year, Emma, because you are going to do amazing things. Stay in sports, go into the Red Cross, do the things you want to do, because you are amazing, Emma. Happy birthday, okay? I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
How do you follow that? I don't know.
Let's
how
try
you
to
do that.
encourage. I think we have our first candidate for next year's Youth Council Chair.
Seems like it. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on remaining agenda items. At this time, individuals may testify on any remaining item on the agenda. The first person we have signed up to testify is Tony Rust, to be followed by Kyo Mailani Hanapi Hirata.
Ms. Rust?
Oh boy, I was hoping I wasn't the one following that. Congratulations, Emma, and to your sister's sweet words. It was nice listening to you. Good morning, Council Chair and Council members. My name is Tony Rust, and I am the Maui Division Chief for HGEA. And thank you for the opportunity today to testify in strong support of Bill 203. You have our written testimony before you, so I won't be running through that. I simply came here to say that the passage of Bill 203 will ensure that the County of Maui fulfills its obligations under the terms of the final and binding arbitration decision regarding temporary hazard pay for HGEA bargaining unit employees, and to compensate affected employees in a timely manner. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Rust. We have questions here. We have questions. Pro Tem Kama and then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Rust. So how many employees are we compensating with this bill?
I would say that that more accurate number would come from the county, but I saw that it's approximately 1,300. That includes people who have retired during the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rush, for your testimony. I was wondering if you could tell us which units.
This is going to be for all HGEA units in the county. So units 2, 3, 4, 13, and 15 OSOs. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any more questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. May we have the next testifier?
The next person signed up to testify is Kyo Mailani Hanapi Hirata, to be followed by Nevis Mana.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, aloha.
Hello.
Aloha kako. Mahalo Councilwoman Kiani Rollins Fernandez, and a special mahalo to Jan Durua Lindo and Mahina Poi Poi for notifying me and my ohana to share testimony here today regarding Aina Kupuna Bill 204. O Kelmailani Hanapi Hirata ko inoa, o Molokai ku'u kulahiki, o Ahaina ku'u aina, o Kahiki na pulu elua, Ka'amoa, Pu'ina, Ka'ili ula, ku'u pu'u mauna, o vai o pipi a me pu'u lole, ku'u pu'u loa, o pu'u makani, keakua, keakau, o uluvini Ahaina ku'u na kahawai, o pu'u one, nahi ole, kiha loko, vai hila hila, ku ala ala mihi, ku'una loko ia, ua mau ke eo ka aina I ka pono. As I introduce myself in Olelo, Hawaii, I bring the mana of my tutu mai kupuna that have come before me. I introduce my ahupua o Ahaina with the name of our mountain, our hills, our wind, our trails, our fresh waters, our ocean, and our fish ponds. I introduce my aina kupuna. In the state of Hawaii archives, under registered testimony, native testimony of 1848 shows my kupuna, Kupahea, declares lands in Ahaino. In the ahupua of Ahaino, Kupahea testifies, quote, I have always known these lands as my ohana, end quote. My ancestors' records show that we have lived on these lands since Wakahiko days, which is ancient times. And we can trace our genealogy to time immemorial. My parents, Alapai Mililani Hanapi, and my auntie Rose, Uncle Chris, my cousins Hihia and Kekaulike, humbly live on our ancestral aina in the ahupua of Ahaino. I say live with, our Aina, because our kupuna instilled in us that we do not live on Aina. We have to live with our Aina. We move as one with our Aina. This is a reminder for us as Kanaka Maoli to help keep us humble that this Aina is our tutu and kupuna, and their mana feeds us and guides us. As the next generation of guardians to malama our ancestral lands in Aha'ino, I am in support of the Aina Kupuna Bill 204 and support Kanaka O'iwi, who has Aina that was generationally passed on to them. The heavy burden of property taxes, not just on Kuleana landowners, but also on generational Kanaka O'iwi landowners, must stop. Only we as Kanaka O'iwi of these Aina understand the responsibility we are born with and the kamaha we have to endure and balance to protect our Aina Kupuna. I know the true meaning of giving one's life to Malama Aina, for one day my Iwi will be a part of our Aina Kupuna. Mahalo for allowing me to give testimony on this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions, members? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier? Oh, do we have a question, Member Sugimura?
Thank you very much. I just want to know where Aha'ino is, the location of the property that you're referencing in your testimony.
Kalamai, yeah. So when I went and gave my earlier introduction in Olelo, Hawaii, so Aha'ino is in Manae on the east side of Molokai.
Oh, the Molokai. Okay. Thank you very much.
Any more questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, did the testifier have another item to testify on?
Hello?
I do, but I'll wait to the end.
No, you can testify
That was
now.
I gotta jump
I'm
into
sorry.
something else right now, so I can circle back later.
Oh, okay.
Then
All right.
Chair, then the next testifier is Negus Mana in the chambers, to be followed by Lori Buchanan.
Aloha, Council Chair and Council members. Hey.
Aloha.
So I'm testifying today in support for Bill 205, authorization for the development of the Lanai Agriculture Park. So I'm an organic farmer who resides on Lanai City with my young family, and I believe that agriculture development is the key to a secure and successful society. I became a member of the Hawaii Farmers Union United in 2020 and graduated from their 2021 Farmer Apprentice Mentoring Program. In 2022, I helped establish a Lanai community of farmers. I helped the Lanai community of farmers establish a Lanai chapter with the HFUU, which I was elected to the position of president. Our Lanai chapter's vision is to empower the next generation of farmers on Lanai with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to be successful regenerative farmers here in the state of Hawaii. The average age of farmers in the state of Hawaii is over 60. There's a new generation of people that are interested and are currently being trained in regenerative farming, and we are aware of how we grow our food as being integral to our health and that of the lands. It is essential to support and encourage farmers, which can be done with the County Council's favorable authorization of Bill 205 for the intergovernmental agreement for the purpose of establishing the Lanai Agriculture Park. I'm testifying before you today representing a group of young farmers, each of us whom have a stake in the development of an agriculture park on Lanai. I know our group of farmers are passionate about this opportunity to make this park successful. We are interested about participating in the betterment of Lanai and Maui County by providing for the people within our community, and we want to truly utilize this park as a catalyst into our future agriculture endeavors. Thank you, council members and council chair present, and a special thank you to Councilmember Gabe Johnson for allowing me to testify today in strong support for the Bill 205 on the authorization of the development of an agricultural park and on the importance of the agricultural park for Lanai. We appreciate the purpose of this agricultural park to increase the amount of land available for agricultural uses by residents and to develop the infrastructure necessary to encourage and support the development of new and expanding agriculture enterprises. This project is critical to the growth and diversification of Lanai's economy. For too long, Lanai's economy has been almost entirely dependent upon the single industry, first the pineapple industry and now on luxury tourism. An important goal expressed in the Lanai Community Plan is the diversification of our Lanai economy. And this agriculture park offers us an opportunity to participate in the transformation of Lanai to be included in a sustainable regional agriculture system for Maui County, to build economic resilience in the agriculture sector and provide food security with local grown food. Mahalo for taking the time to hear our concerns and for listening to the other current and future agriculture producers throughout Lanai. Thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity to give your favorable support in authorizing the development of the Lanai Agriculture Park for Maui County residents.
Thank you. Questions? We have Member Johnson and Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mana. I appreciate you coming out. I assume you took the ferry over this morning?
Yesterday.
Last night. What dedication. Okay, my question is very simple. Did you email us your written is that written testimony sent to all of us? Can you have that sent out?
Yes, I did.
Okay, wonderful. That's my question. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manna, for your testimony. I was wondering, is it a time-sensitive matter that this needs to be passed today?
That would be favorable for our community if it was finalized. Yes, ma'am.
It's time-sensitive?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be okay to ask Mr. Manna if he's available to stay as a resource?
Any objections, members?
No objections.
Okay, so ordered. If
Only
you
if
can.
you're available.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions, members, for clarification? Member Sugimura.
Mana, so can you give me your full name? I'm sorry, I missed it when you introduced yourself.
Oh, yes, ma'am. My name is Negus Mana. I can spell it for you if you like.
Okay.
It's Negus, last name Mana, Manna.
You're the president of the Lanai HFUU. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Mana. So you mentioned in your testimony that there are farmers, and then your hope is to increase the number of farmers so that you'll have more people to be able to farm.
Exactly, and mentor others.
How many farmers do you have right now, and how many farmers do you anticipate having in the future to be able to utilize the ag park?
Well, through the Hawaii Farmers Union FAM program, we've had 5 seats that are currently being occupied by Lanai residents to be trained in regenerative agriculture. And then every year after that, we'll continue to add more seats to that program. I have about 20 members currently in my chapter. More than half are farmers.
Great, wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
Any more clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Mr. Clerk.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Lori Buchanan at the Molokai District Office, to be followed by Malia Akutagawa.
Aloha, honorable council members. Happy holidays from Molokai. To the
Aloha.
best council in the whole wide world. I love you guys. And every time I get one chance, I'm going to tell you guys how much I love you all. I'm here to testify quickly because I see a long list of testifiers. First, in support of CR 22-262, urging the Commission on Water Resource Management to deny the request for a contested case by Molokai Properties and to fully restore Kawela Stream. And then I'd like to testify in support of Bill 204, the Maui County Code relating to real property dedicated as Aina Kupuna. And then lastly, I'd like to support Bill 154 to establish cultural overlay map and cultural sensitivity designation. And you know, on Bill 154 on Molokai, when we started to talk about how important a cultural overlay would be, I think I never had to dye my hair as how long ago it was. So I wanted to really strongly encourage, it's really, really important to establish a culture overlay because it's going to help with a lot of problems that I see that the Planning Commission is faced with on a daily basis when it comes to all kinds of issues within the SMA. So thank you so much. Again, happy holidays. All of you look awesome and I love you very much. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Lori. Any questions, members? We have one. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Buchanan, for your testimony. Kind of same question is Reso 22262 time sensitive?
Oh, let's ask about
Is
that.
it,
I don't know about how sensitive that is. Maybe we can ask Councilwoman Kiani Rollins Fernandez to see.
Okay, we'll ask her when that time comes. Thank you.
Love your back screen. Member Paulton. Mahalo, everyone.
Mahalo. Happy holidays. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Malia Akutagawa, to be followed by Walter Riddy.
Aloha mai kako, aloha esteemed county council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Malia Akutagawa, and I testify in full support of Bill 154, as well as Resolution 22-262. Regarding Bill 154, as a Kanaka Oiwi of Molokai, Law and Hawaiian Studies professor teaching historic preservation law and native rights, and for having personal kuleana in Iwi Kupuna, Malama Iwi Kupuna and Malama Wahi Kupuna. I fully support the establishment of a cultural overlay map and cultural sensitivity designations. It's high time we protect our Wahi Kupuna in a more comprehensive and proactive way rather than assessing cultural sites in a piecemeal fashion. I believe Bill 154 is a positive step forward in protecting traditional cultural landscapes and traditional cultural properties. These wahi, taken in their full context, are our heritage as Hawaiians and important not only for their historical value, but for the perpetuation of our living culture. Regarding Resolution 22-262, as a person born and raised on Molokai, I have all my life witnessed the denuded and degraded lands of Kawela that is turning into a desert. I see the continuous devastation of our shoreline, fish ponds and reefs in the Kawela area as the lands erode and silt is washed down to the sea. Kawela in ancient times boasted a large and thriving population with a perennial flowing streams and springs that fed local pueone and local kuapa, limu fishing and crab grounds, and was the site of our island's puhonua. The stream also had oopu and hihivai, but they are now unable to complete their life cycles. It is time that the waters of Kaneka Vaiola flow and return to the stream, support the estuarine environment, and bring life back to the ahupa'a. As for Molokai Ranch, they have no standing to bring a contested case hearing before the State Water Commission regarding full restoration of Kawela Stream. Since 2008, this foreign-owned corporation shuttered its operations and let go of all its employees except for a skeleton crew. The ranch has mismanaged the aina and oppressed the community. Now it is selling off its 55,000-acre property. The ranch has no need for the water except to make its properties attractive enough to a prospective buyer. The law prohibits creating a reliance interest in water for an unclear future. Thus, the ranch is not harmed within the meaning of the law regarding proof of standing issues to bring a contested case hearing. I urge the Maui County Council to convey this understanding as well to the State Water Commission. I thank this council for your leadership and for taking your kuleana seriously to uphold the constitutionally protected rights of both Native Hawaiians and towards the protection of the public trust, which includes restoring aina, vine, and ecosystem health. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Questions? We have Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Akurugawa, for your testimony. I was wondering if you had that in writing, you could send it to us.
I can send them in the chat. Does that suffice, or do I need to email it?
Oh, if you could email it to county.clerk@mauicounty.us would be awesome.
Clerk.
You want to repeat that?
Oh, sorry. County, COUNTY.CLERK @mauicounty.us. Maui County, no more space in between.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Walter Riddy, to be followed by Josiah Ching.
Good morning, Walter.
Hi, good morning, council people. Congratulations to all of you. It's very rare that I have a chance to talk story with you guys. So today I want to talk about 3 different things that you guys are doing. So you guys must be working hard down the stretch here. First of all, I want to support 22-262. We've been working on that for the last 3 years here on Molokai, working really hard. And we got the state to do some historical things. At first, we wanted to just figure out how to put some water back into the river. And it ended up where we're going to fully restore Kawela River. That was a historic decision done by the State Water Commission. And now Molokai Ranch's last gasp is to try and get a contested case. We will drag this into another year of talk story. And we're really glad that you guys are supporting us and our hard work. When I say us, I mean our community and the hard work that we've done in order to get full restoration of Kawela River, or actually Kawela Stream. So I'm here to ask that we support, that you guys support and deny Molokai Ranch's contested case. Try to influence the state to deny them. The other thing I'd like to talk about is, because I'm a kupuna, I really support Bill 204 for the obvious reasons. And lastly, I want to support Bill 154. This idea of a cultural overlap is going to allow us on Molokai to feed our families in traditional ways. If we don't have an overlay, we're going to be treated as a hotel when we try to come into an area where we want to farm, do our fish ponds, or all those kinds of things, because nobody's recognizing these as cultural activities. So I support Bill 154 in order for us here on Molokai
The whole kitty corner, like how we did the last time.
to support.
Facing out towards the lawn.
I don't know who's talking, but it's not me. So in short, I support Bill 154. I support 22-262, and I support 204. And I want to say congratulations to all of you. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Walter. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
The next person signed up to testify is Josiah Ching, to be followed by Lehiva Hiva Riddy.
Hi, aloha mai kako. Aloha council, mahalo for the opportunity to share my mana'o and submit testimony. Like everyone else who has gone before me recently, Uncle Walter, Malia, Auntie Lori, I also support Resolution 22-262 in regards to Kawela Stream and MPL's contested case hearing. It really does seem like all they're trying to do is prolong the process in terms of doing what is pono and restoring the water to the places that it belongs. It's been decades that they've been horribly mismanaging all of the resources and Aina, not just the Vai in that area. Born and raised on Molokai, lived here my entire life, and this is the worst shape I've seen that Aina in almost 40 years of living here. It's horribly degraded, as Malia was mentioning. Devastated and tragic. And I also see that, coinciding with Bill 154 regarding the culture overlay maps. They also kind of, in my mind, go hand in hand. And I feel like if we had things like those cultural overlay maps in place generations or decades ago, it would have mitigated or lessened the harmful impacts of development. We're still seeing it. Why do we have housing developments here with archaeological sites in their backyards? It's kind of a slap in the face to Kanaka. Which also goes into Bill 204, supporting increased taxes for our kupuna. Why are they even paying taxes to live in the places that they're from in the first place? But that's just my mana'o, things that I had to say. I also want to say mahalo to Kiani, the council here on Molokai, for really pushing our issues and representing our community and standing firm in their commitment to the best interests of not just Molokai and our community here, but the Lahui across the entire state. Mahalo for hearing me.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
The next person signed up to testify is Lehiva Hiva Riddy, to be followed by Adrian Sabayan.
Hello, my kako. Hello, Chair. My name is Lehiva Hiva Riddy. I support resolution CR 22262 regarding Kavela Stream to deny MPL's contested case hearing. For too long has MPL been diverting Kavela's water in response, and it is time to allow the Vai to flow down its natural path again to help restore the ahupua'a of Kavela, because like Josiah said, it's been really dry. We've been having a really dry spell these past for years now. Been getting drier and drier up there, so it's time to restore the ahupua'a. I also support Bill 204 regarding the kupuna land taxes, and I also support Bill 154 regarding the establishment of cultural overlay maps. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify. Okay,
Thank you. Members, questions? I see no questions. Next testifier?
The next person signed up to testify is Adrian Sabayan, to be followed by Lana Corpuz.
Hello. Good morning, council members. My name is Adrian Sibayan, and I strongly support resolution 22-262 to support the effort to deny MLP's contested case and to fully restore Kavela Stream. I also support Bill 204 regarding Aina Kupuna to decrease land taxes. I support Bill 154 regarding cultural overlay maps. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? I see no questions. Thank you. Next testifier.
The next person signed up to testify is Lana Corpuz, to be followed by Leland Corpuz.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi.
I'm here to support resolution 226 or 22-262. It's a tongue twister. Regarding Kavela Stream, we've worked very hard to get that, I guess, win, you would say. But it hasn't been followed through. And we just don't want to get dragged out more and more. They've done this with another aquifer here, and so we're just trying to stop that. So I support that resolution 100%. I support Bill 204 regarding our kupuna. I'm gonna be there one day, so support that bill. I support Bill 154 also, because where we work is one of those areas where we definitely need the cultural overlay maps, so we don't get treated like, a hotel. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
The next person signed up to testify is Leland Corpuz, to be followed by Kamaki Manangan.
Good morning.
Good morning, council.
My name is Leland Carpuz, and I'm in full support of the resolution 262 regarding Cavella Stream and MPL's contested case. So I've been lucky to have been a part of this fight for the past year or so, and we've been working hard since then to try to restore Cavella Stream fully. And yeah, I don't think it's right that MPL should have even a chance to prolong this problem. And with that being said, I also support Bill 204 regarding the Aina Kupuna and Bill 154 regarding cultural overlay maps. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
The next person signed up to testify is Kamaki Manangan, to be followed by Loretta Riddy.
Aloha Council.
Morning.
My name is Kamaki Manangan, and I am in support of Resolution 22-262 in regards to Cavella Stream and MPL's contested case. Would ask you guys to deny that because, yeah, we don't like them prolong this thing. And I also support Bill 204 and 154. Mahalo. Have a good day.
Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
The next person signed up to testify is Loretta Riddy, to be followed by Kahekili Pakala.
Aloha,
Good morning.
my council. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to come and testify. I'm in full support of Resolution 22-262 to deny Molokai Ranch's hearing on the contested case. You know, it's like 100 years. They've had the water for 100 years. It's time to listen to the decision of the Water Commission and restore that stream to its fullness and bring the water back into the Cavella Pua'a. That's the pono thing to do. That's the only thing that should be done. I also support Bill 204 regarding Aina Kupuna because I know a lot of kupuna who have a family land and taxes are really high. So I really, really support this bill. Also support Bill 154 regarding the cultural overlay maps for protection of our historic sites. So mahalo and have a good day.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
The next person signed up to testify is Kahekili Pakala, to be followed by Ki'i Kaho'ohanohono.
All county council members, mahalo for having me here today. My name is Kahekili Pakala. I'm here today to say that I fully support the county council's resolution 22-262 to deny MPL's contested case. Like my coworker said before me, we've been working on this for almost 3 years now, and it's very frustrating to know that even though the ranch know that they're doing something bad, they still gonna take and take and take, and we gotta stop that. Also, I'd like to support Bill 154 regarding cultural overlay maps. Here at Calvin Fish Pond, we get hit with a lot of, what do you call that? Like we're supposed to do a lot of permitting to do a lot of the work that we do here because we are in an SMA area. And if we got cultural overlay maps, that would give us access to do whatever we want without having to get punished for the work that we're doing. Everything we do at our fish pond is only for the betterment of our keiki and our lahui, and it's not for benefiting ourselves. So I just hope that you guys take that into consideration. And thanks for having me. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? Member Paulton.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pakala. I was wondering if you could clarify what you meant by the bad things that MLP is doing.
MPL,
sorry.
Yes. First off, they own a lot of the land on the Molokai, and they're drawing more water than that they're documenting, I should say. They're taking more than they should. Also, they're not letting the stream water flow down to the ocean, so there's no connection for the fresh water to meet the ocean water. So in that area, it's called the Mulibai, and that's where the beginning of life happens for the ocean. That's where all the baby fish like to come and feed, actually, and breed. The mamas like to come in there in that area to breed. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Not letting the water do what it's supposed to do, recharge the land and the ocean.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions, members? If not, thank you. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Ki'i Kaho'ohanohano in the chambers, to be followed by Lucienne Dene.
Aloha mai kako. Mahalo for the opportunity to be here today in person. I live in Kahakuloa Village, and access to internet and all of that is really rough. So I appreciate to be able to be here today. Sorry, I'm a crier. I'm here today, first and foremost, to support 22262. For too long, many of our streams, as you all are most aware, I'm sure, not just through this testimony, have been dry for, like Auntie Loretta said, over 100 years. I know that the work of the community on Molokai has been steadfast and dedicated to bringing the waters back to Kawela, and I followed the work that they've been doing, and I'm so proud of them. The fact that that Molokai Properties Limited continues to want to disregard what we know is pono for the people of Molokai, the Aina of Molokai, is really frustrating. And I hope that you do support what the decision of the Water Commission and the voice of the people of Molokai that are born and raised there for generations, who are struggling for basic needs and cultural rights to life. I hope that you can support them in this. The next item that I would like to testify on is item 204. This one is something I've testified for years. In my lifetime, I have seen so many of my kupuna, my own ohana, and my own friends lose everything because of back taxes. People that are from those places from the beginning of time have been swept from those lands because they don't have the resources to maintain them. And when we look at the disparities for Native Hawaiians, we know why that is true. And it's very much by design. So we call upon you folks who have the power to be the voice and the change to please support our Ainu Kupuna properties. I personally live on the property of my husband, who is a lineal descendant in Kahakuloa. That's why we have access to this place. We are personally able to show our connection from before the Mahele, and we are actually exempt from paying land taxes. I think that opportunity also needs to be shared so that Kanaka know that they have that opportunity if the lands have not been sold out, and they can show that they are lineal descendants of that place and there has been no break in the line. They should know that not only can they have these tax breaks, but they can also have those taxes exempt. I know that currently, when I speak to people about this, almost no one knows that this is actually a possibility. I really, really support you folks and appreciate you folks for your efforts to come up with this bill. So we already know how housing is a huge problem. And, you know, talk about time sensitivity. This is like decades past due. So please do not hesitate. Don't even think twice. Now is the time. We have to protect our future generations so that we can continue to be here. As I mentioned, I know handfuls of families, not just in the past few years, but especially in the past few years, who have actually had to leave Hawaii, their home. And Hawaii is not Hawaii without Hawaiians. Yeah, without our culture, without our streams, and the aloha that we carry. Next one is Bill 154, a bill for an ordinance amending titles 216, 18, 19, and 20. This one is very time sensitive. Again, this is years overdue. I am a cultural practitioner and I was trained by my kupuna in the art of healing. La'au, lapa'au, ho'oponopono, and lomi lomi. In my initial stages of my apprenticeship, my training, I was taken to places in ceremony that I can't even find anymore. And I can't explain to you in words how painful it is after years of not going back to a place that is my roots of this medicine, of these teachings. Going back to find these places, to go back into ceremony or bring the future generations there to understand and share, and they're gone. There's big walls, black sheets built up around the developments, and then where the heiaus or the burials or any of these very special, irreplaceable areas are, one big lump of stones that doesn't do justice. It's not okay. And on my palapala that I had to sign this morning, I wrote the organizations that I represent, and one of them is Nakupuna o Maui. I put Nakupuna o Maui because since I was young, they're almost all gone. I think there's maybe 2 that I would stand with because I cared for them, I drove them, and they were the ones that paved the way for me to know how important it is to be standing here today. Yeah, and na kupuna Maui, those kupuna, almost all passed, they would tell you, na kupuna is watching. Yeah, na kupuna is watching. Na kupuna is watching. And I want you to hear that when you make these choices, because this overlay map should have been done years ago. It's too late to replace the places that have been taken already, but it's not too late to do what we can now to protect the future of what is left for Maui County and be a leader for the rest of the state as well, to know how important it is to protect our iwi, to protect our kupuna, to protect what is ours. You would never go through anywhere else in the world and see them bulldoze burials. A'ole pono. Mahalo.
Members, questions?
Yes,
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and your testimony. Very moving. But I just want to concentrate on one of the issues that you brought up, the tax exemption on kahakuloa. So one of the issues that keeps troubling me that there are multiple families from generations.
Multiple,
There's a family
yeah.
that had 21 kids, right?
Yeah.
And they're all gone.
Yes.
But their kids have had kids.
Yes.
And therefore, the land is owned by all the descendants.
I'm quite aware of that.
And therefore, the taxes have to be paid by somebody.
Yeah, that's
Nobody.
why we end up paying the taxes, Kalamai, not to interrupt, but we pay the taxes on the lands that we don't actually have to pay taxes on still, just to keep them covered.
Correct.
You know, we pay our auntie's taxes because we know that she's in her 80s and she's paid them her whole life.
Yeah. I also know somebody who's doing the very same thing for some of those. And my question to you is that how do you hui the ohana together so that they can realize that you can't afford to do this all the time. Therefore, the danger is the loss of that land, right?
Right.
So, and I've been troubled with this for years because people I know tell me about this, and I'm trying to figure out how to help them. Do you have any ideas or?
Well, I know that, I mean, first and foremost, I know one way is to be able to send letters to the, it's very specific. It shows you who is still on. Yes. Yeah. And so you can contact them, which we've actually done. We're very fortunate because the majority of the AINA that we have covered through this exemption was one of the aunties who we had to actually purchase all of that AINA from to keep it within the ohana. She, in her lifetime, had gone to all their brothers and sisters in all the ohana, and so it's clear title. It's one owner. So we're very blessed in that. But there are other parcels that we're a part of as well, where, like I said, we just pay the taxes because we don't want to lose the land. And so as far as letting people, I think education in general and outreach is a really huge part of it because people don't know, they don't understand. And a lot of people honestly don't even know if their name is on AINA. Yeah, so that's a problem too. And then there's a lot of people that their names are on it, but they've passed away. There's so much. Yes. We could go on all day. Yeah. But my husband is the one who has gone to the archives on Oahu, done all of the research. Kapa Olivera, our cousin, has a beautiful book for our ohana that's been able to help so many besides just ours, to be able to show the lineage and have the answers. But I think that we should have workshops, a workshop where you have people that have the answers. Yeah. Alone would be a wonderful solution, at least to start. So people have a place to show up to ask the questions and dig a little bit deeper and be able to be proactive in the remedies and the solutions that are possible.
Well, thank you so very much for that thought-provoking response.
Absolutely. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Council Member, for your interest.
Member Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ohana. I was wondering, would another solution be to pass the bill today?
Oh, yes, that's why I'm here. Yes, in full support of passing the bill because this has been going on too long and not everyone is actually able to do what we've done. I'm just saying that this is something that, this bill 154 being passed is going to save a lot of people from being homeless. Host this. I know, for instance, in Honokohau and Kakulua, there are many ohana that I know personally that owe thousands of dollars of back taxes after their own kupuna even had passed, and that's now on their shoulders. And that's, another aspect to consider. And so they've actually, some of them have come to us for kukua. We can only do so much, but that's where this is such a really important issue. And I plead with you with all that I am to please pass this today.
And just to clarify, we're talking about 204 on the taxes, yeah?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, going back to that one, yeah. 204 and 22, 262, 204, and 154. I'm in full support. Please pass them.
Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Lamai kai.
Any more questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Clark.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Lucienne Dene, to be followed by Mary Ann Pahukoa.
Aloha, good morning again. Wow, it is so moving to hear from the people who are affected by our laws, and I'm so proud of this council for stepping up to make laws that really help people's lives. This is the end of a long and very busy and very productive year, and you all should rest well over the holidays, knowing a lot of good has been accomplished. I signed up to testify on the laundry list of things. I'll try to be brief. I know there's other people waiting. First, 22-124, setting some organic standards and regulations for the new Kula Egg Park. It's great. This has been talked about for years, to have a section of public ag park that would be devoted to regenerative and organic farming. And The new ag park, the land there is pretty beaten up, and it's going to need some TLC, and the regenerative agricultural processes. That's how they roll. You know, they rebuild the soil, and that's a really good fit to try to take care of a place and leave it better and make it better. So thank you for going through all of the long hours and working with agricultural users and setting this up. And please pass this bill. Going on to Resolution 22-260. This just sets a format for approving members of the East Maui Regional Board for the Community Water Authority for East Maui. It's great that this council is stepping right up to the plate. The charter amendment was resoundingly passed, 2/3, and it's people out in East Maui are ready to step up to the plate. I know community meetings have been held in the Hoelo area where I live, in Keanai and Nahiku, and I think upcountry groups are also discussing how they would participate. So yeah, let's set the standards on how we're going to do this and get people who are willing appointed and up to speed and get this important new chapter of Maui's history rolling out. And then moving on to Resolution 22-262. I mean, once again, I just want to say I applaud the council for having an affirmative action here. Years ago, the council, your predecessors, 15 years ago or so, were asked to pass a resolution in support of restoring the stream flows of Nawa'eha. It was a radical thing at the time. Not one of those streams had restored flows except when it rained. This council did pass a resolution like that, and it really gave hope to the Nawa'eha community. And we can see that these important streams now are part of a living ecosystem. And this is just what the people in Kawela want. I was at the commission hearing where this historic vote was taken. The passion and the commitment of the young people, the young families, to let these streams flow, to restore their lands, to bring back the dreams that they heard from their kupuna about how the lands were in previous days. Anything this council could do to take affirmative action and say, yes, this decision should stand, there is no need for a contested case, I would be fully supportive. Please pass this today. Moving on to bills 200, 201, 202. As a person who uses the community facilities in the Wailuku Kahului area, even though I live out in the Hoelo district, hey, we all come town and we all go to events, and this is where they're held. And we just recently had our community center in Ahiku have some repairs, and oh my gosh, it's so nice. You know, the windows work again. You know, these are old buildings, and they're much loved and much used. So thank you for stepping up and putting this in the budget and taking care of these places that we all need in our community. And then moving on to Bill 204. This is something living in a traditional neighborhood where, you know, it used to be just small kind little farms and people living in modest houses, and now we have millionaires here, and our taxes are completely different. And everybody still has their small houses, but their taxes are not small anymore. So anything we can do to help our kuleana and you know, long-time kama'aina landowners, we really should do. We took the first step in identifying this aina kupuna exception, but this is a good tweak, and hopefully we will also maybe next year tweak it so it also applies to properties that are not in the SMA, because there's plenty of family homes up in Kula side and elsewhere, Wailuku side, that are not in the SMAs, but have become all of a sudden very desirable neighborhoods. And so the little guy is socked with the taxes that they never anticipated after generations of caring for the land and living on the land. And living with the land, as we were reminded. And then last but not least, Bill 154, the ordinance establishing cultural overlays. Wow, we have just lost so much. You know, as a person who's been around a long time, I remember when this was discussed in the 1990s. Sure wish it would have passed then. It could have saved some amazing places that were just destroyed, burials uprooted, for no reason other than no one looked at the big picture and said, well, I don't care if you dug 15 trenches here. Everyone I talk to knows the place is a burial ground. You need to step aside and not disinter and move around 100, 200, 300 burials. You need to realize that there are things here that we don't understand yet but are culturally important, and we need to talk to Kama'aina and give the time to talk to Kama'aina and find out, what is really on the land. And there's still plenty of land to build. I think this will actually help our decision making in where to build, because when we build in the right place, things flow. When we build in the wrong place, it just creates, discord in our community. So thank you for passing all these bills today, and have a happy holiday season.
Thank you. Members, questions? I see no questions. Thank you very much. Members, it's time for a break. 10:31. Let's return at 10:44. Meeting in recess.
Recording has stopped.
5, 4, 3,
Recording has started.
2, 1, go.
Will the council meeting please reconvene? Council meeting of December 2nd, 2022. Mr. Clerk, please resume testimony.
Yes, Chair. The next person signed up to testify is Mary Ann Pahukua, to be followed by Kawiki Lind.
Aloha all. Mary Ann Pahukua, resident of East Maui, wanting to add a few more bills to the to my testimony. BR 22-124, Resolution 22-260, CR 26262, and then Bill 154, including Bill 204. Back to 22-124, I support this bill setting organic standards and regulations for the Kula Ag Park that set a good example to the poho farmers who may use paraquat and other such harmful chemicals. Resolution 22-260 to approve and disapprove appointments to the East Maui Regional Community Board. I'd just like to mahalo you guys for your time. East Maui continues to organize ourselves and maintain strong communication to all stakeholders involved with the use of East Maui waters. You, Council, your efforts have been historical this past year, so mahalo. BR 22-262, supporting our fellow Kua'aina from Molokai. I support the words that were said this morning and efforts to fully restore Kawela Stream. I know how emotional fighting for your vai can be, so I'd like to just mahalo the Molokai Ohana and echo their support to restore. Bill 154, supporting the establishment of cultural overlay map and cultural sensitivity designations. Supporting that. Moving on to Bill 204, the Aina Kupuna. There are so many similar stories to Aina Kupuna, and it's a very emotional topic. Trying to keep this short. Every district, every moku has their own history of land sales and kuleana. Like mentioned, it's a very sensitive issue, and you cannot assume to understand each ohana's Aina. Solutions were talked about earlier, such as mediation through the county tax department. Having experience explaining myself and our land to our county tax department employees is not an easy task. Some people do not seem to be qualified to be there, or in some ways explain the process, because Hawaii has such complex land issues. You have to be part lawyer to understand the severe land history and the processes that which brought us to present day. It's not an easy job, so I'd like to echo the workshop solution explained by Ms. Paho'ohanohano earlier. Going to Kenai, historically 4 parcels just sold on Kenai Peninsula. 2 properties for more than $1 million, and the other 2 just under. So what does this do to the Kuleana, the Aina Kupuna descendants who seek the lifestyle of old on Kenai lowlands and throughout Hawaii? Sales like this at such a quick rate raises the cost of living for families who simply want to perpetuate Ohana traditions. These are descendants of old. They are not 5-year, 10-year, 15-year residents. They are generational families who built the foundations we sit on today. It broke my heart this morning asking one of my sisters to jump on the Zoom to testify for this bill, but she tells me her Aina is not in SMA. I felt wrongfully privileged. When our Ohana, me and her, our Ohana history here in Hawaii are similar to the similar era. It does not seem right that some Ohana are disqualified due to the criteria like SMA. Regarding the Kuleana land exemption, we've applied for this. However, documents I submitted to OHA, the reply I received was, please further prove your ancestry verification. And I was raised, genealogy is very sacred to our family. We can't just scan our mo'okuahau and give it to someone on Oahu. And this is my kuleana to protect my ohana. So how to identify kuleana land must be corrected. I do not have to share every detail of my genealogy. I would share the surface documents and nothing further. But for me, my surface documents did not suffice OHA's needs. So if this can be corrected, please do so. Just putting that on record. And I made an example this morning. The Kenai kalo farmer must sell 400 pounds of taro a month to pay for his property taxes, both taro and home parcel. Now, this is on top of his kuleana to feed his family and community during times of celebration or loss. So he must actually double his harvest, 800 pounds a month, to make it. That means he must plant every 2 weeks. After gasoline costs and costs to sustain life in Kenai, the simple bill ends up overtaking his humble mind, affecting his quality of life, taking away time from his ohana, and perhaps needing to find another job just to sustain the life he wants to live of a simple kalo man. Wrapping up, Hana to Kipahulu, there are many families that have had parcels Makai side that are stolen or perhaps taken by the quiet title process. So these families should not be excluded because of the simple SMA criteria involved in this bill. I just like to support you guys in everything you're doing. If you cannot, fulfill or remove the SMA today, please pass this bill to support the housing of families in your county. Mahalo for your historical efforts throughout this year. And if needed, let's working on this next year. So I'd like to end with the health of the land is in the health of the people, is the health of the nation. Words by Dr. Noah Emmett Aluli. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
The next person signed up to testify is Koiki Lind, to be followed by Tweety Lind.
Aloha, everybody.
Aloha.
Aloha, honorable county council members. Mahalo for having us here, and mahalo for what you guys done for the community of Maui. I'm here to testify on bill number 204 regarding the Aina Kupuna bill. While we may not be impacted directly, I support any Hawaiian families who can move ahead and sustain their land in this current taxing that we're in. And so I support, I just actually went over the delinquent Maui land tax list and the top 25 delinquent accounts on the Maui County website. I noticed that of the 25, over 10 are Native Hawaiians, some in the $300,000 range. In Hana, we have the highest poverty rate. It's in Kanaka in general, the highest level of homelessness, obesity, you name it. And maybe this is a direct result of the land conflict, but this is a way for the county to mediate and help assist as within the scope of the law. So I'm for Bill 154 Bill 204 establishing amending the Maui County Code to include Aina Kupuna. And maybe in the future this could be as the property the Maui County grows, maybe this could take into consideration. As a family, we have below the SMA line, but it's kind of tricky because of the way we acquired it from my tutu's family. It's always been said that the land was not her land; it's her family land. Well, meanwhile, we do have clear title to it. We tried agriculture tax breaks. They said that the county said, "Oh no, you don't have enough. You have too much forest. There's not enough grassland." All the kind of stuff we try to do. So this is one opportunity to take it there where we can have a tax break. Besides that, I would just like to support the Molokai Kawela Stream Pilikia that they have over there, and to support Bill 154 overlays. The property that we're trying to register with the Aina Kupuna was bulldozed in 2000 with Hile Rodriguez. What's his name? The county council, the state of Hawaii. Our property was bulldozed. Our graves was Inanna Rodriguez. We called the county cops. They came over, and it's not like they could dig into the ground to see if there was Iwi Kupuna there. But we need to register these places. We have heiaus on our property that we would like to register and make sure that it's protected forever if somewhat the landowners change walls and stuff like that, especially walls. Other than that, thank you and bless you guys. So you guys have a happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Aloha.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you. Next.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Tweety Lind, to be followed by Teve Heen.
She's going to pass for now. But yeah, thank you. Sorry about that mix-up.
No problem.
Then, Chair, the next testifier is Teve Heen, to be followed by Barbara Berry.
Hi, aloha, everyone. I'd like
Aloha.
to testify in support of CR 22-262, but I'd also like to add on Bill 204 and Bill 184. So regarding CR 22262, my name is Ti'awe Heen, by the way. I'm born and raised in Kawela, and over these 40 years, I've witnessed the negative impacts that this 100-year-old diversion has had on this ahupu'a. And so what we're trying to do here is just simply reverse those damages by giving Kawela back its wai, back its water. But Molokai Properties Limited is making that really difficult. Back in October, Commission's decision was full restoration, and this decision came after two major determining factors. One was the hundreds of testimonies, written and oral, the signatures, the signed petitions from our community members, all in support of full restoration. The second was data that was taken directly from Molokai Property Limited and presented in staff submittals, identifying not only their water mismanagement, but identifying adequate alternative water sources that would satisfy their water needs while allowing Kawela to be fully restored. So the decision that the Water Commission made was based on what the community wants. It's based on what our Aina needs and factual data that was from the source itself, from the ranch itself, and all this data supporting the capability, the feasibility of full restoration to Kawela. So I don't see what they're trying to contest. The facts are there, they're presented. So I'm urging you to support this resolution in denying their request for a contested case and help us to see that the Water Commission continues to stand firm on their decision and see that the Kawela River is fully restored. As far as Bill 204, I believe that's the Aina Kupuna, the taxes, alleviating the tax burden for our kupuna, I believe is something difficult to explain, because I don't feel like any Hawaiian should pay land tax, the land we already own, especially our kupuna, especially Aina Kupuna. This will prevent more Hawaiians from being displaced and prevent future, I guess, unwanted development on these lands. And then regarding Bill, I think it's 184, the establishment of a cultural overlay, I think this is vital for keeping our culture alive and protecting our sacred sites, our iwi kupuna, preventing future desecration, and hopefully promoting restoration to these areas. I agree with Auntie Laurie, and she mentioned that it would help our planning commission in their decision-making processes. And so mahalo for your time to testify.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next.
The next person signed up to testify is Barbara Berry, to be followed by Hano Naiahu.
Aloha, Chair Lee and council members. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Barbara Berry, and I am a small organic farmer here in Haiku, and I am not a lobbyist. So I'm wanting to testify in strong support of CR 22-124, Bill 160. As I've testified before in the past, one of the biggest hurdles to small farmers in Maui County, especially farmers using organic practices, is available, affordable, secure tenancies with land that will not be contaminated with nearby chemical farming techniques. I support the various lease application requirements and also adjusting the commissioner category numbers to allow a representative from the Hawaii Farmers Union United, which I am a member of, and also a tenant from the new Kula Egg Park. When the Nai Egg Park is established, a member of that park should also sit on the commission. It may need to get renamed to the Maui Agricultural Parks as egg parks expand throughout Maui County. So prioritizing local food production before export and establishing a wait list for farmers. So there are qualified applicants waiting to be allowed to accept lease assignments and new lot leases are all very important to having a fair and transparent process in this new taxpayer-funded egg park. I am very thankful as a Kula Egg Park Commissioner to see these positive changes so all of our organic and organic practice farmers have a chance to farm without fear of their crops. Soils, waters being contaminated with chemical contamination, and as a result, devalue their crop. Please pass Bill 160 today. Decisions are being made now that will impact the new egg park. So I feel this is really important to move forward with. The next thing I'd like to talk about is Bill 205, supporting the development of the Lanai Egg Park. There's a growing and a vibrant organic egg community on Lanai. Negus Mana was very eloquent this morning in stating the need for this egg park, and food security for Lanai is as important as for the island of Maui, and the egg park actually has been in discussion for many years. So mahalo to Council Member Johnson for bringing this forward. I believe it needs to be acted on rather quickly. I'd also like to testify on Bill 154, CD1, FD1, supporting the cultural overlay map. This is so overdue and so important, and I can't even imagine what it has been like for the Hawaiians to see their cultural sites, their iwi kupuna, so many things just destroyed in the past 100 years. So this will really help the Planning Commission protect these sites and support these historic and sacred locations. They need to be preserved for the future. So that's another bill that really needs to be moved on quickly. So thank you for considering that. Bill 204, supporting amending Chapter 3.48 relating to real property dedicated as Aina Kupuna. Another very complicated issue that needs to be resolved. I believe this bill is a good start and should be passed today. So yeah, we can't keep losing land like historical land like this to not being able to pay taxes and have all of this happening. It's really wrong. So thank you for moving forward with that. Resolution 22-260, appointments to East Maui Regional Community Board. I support this decision making process of choosing community members, setting standards and organizing the board to start as soon as possible. Super important, as this public trust is one that the Maui County voters have strongly voted in favor of supporting and protecting. So developing the board is really the quickest way to get this system up and running. Resolution 22-262. I totally support the council to strongly urge the Commission on Water Resource Management to deny the request for a contested case by the Molokai Ranch to fully restore the Kavela stream on Molokai is imperative. Water should not be managed by a private landowner. It's a public trust. And now that the county will be moving into managing the waters of East Maui, and in the future, the waters of all Maui County, hopefully, this is a very important thing to have this stream fully restored and allow all of the work that the folks on Molokai are doing to protect the Aina and the waters, restoring that flow. So mahalo to all of the people in Molokai who have been working so hard on this issue. I hope that the waters of Kavela Stream are restored fully and quickly. I just want to mahalo all of you for all of your hard work this last year. It's been an enormous docket, and you have all risen to the occasion. And I so appreciate all of you, as well as being able to testify on some of these really important matters from home. So bless you all. Mele kilikimaka to you and your ohana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Next.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Hano Naehu, to be followed by Kekipua Dancel.
Aloha.
Aloha.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
My name is Guy Hano Naehu from the island of Molokai. And I'm here for the 3 bills in support of Kavela Stream 1, the Aina Kupuna, and the cultural overlay. And I agree with almost everything everybody went before me said. I'm usually so excited about county testifying because there's always an opposition. And as I'm listening, like there's no opposition. Nobody wants Molokai Ranch to continually degrade our environment. They're on their way out. You guys shouldn't be friends with them. They will do nothing for your political career. Best to side with the Aloha Aina and the community. With the Aina Kupuna, first of all, I feel so blessed, and I throw all the aloha back to everybody who's testified so far. from Uncle Waltz and the fish pond crew to Ki'i Kaho'o Hanohano, all the people on Maui. I have Aina Kupuna land in Kawela, my Na'ehu family. I've hunted that lands, I've walked that lands, and I agree with everything that everyone said. It's dry, and it doesn't deserve to be that way. And as an actual shared landowner in that area, I also surrounded by non-Kanaka who have bought Aina in the Hawaiian desert and are trying to up the sale for their houses, which ups the land taxes. And it looks like every other part of American Western culture. And if we don't stop that, even you guys not going to have a home in these islands. So I believe that having this step is a step in the right direction, because we all know in 2022 that this is the Hawaiian Kingdom and it's under illegal occupation, and you guys, we stay in an acting government that's taking care of our people and place until the wrong is made right. That being said, you guys helping the Ohana and the lineal descendants be able to actually try and be a part of the system. I get Aina Kupuna lands in Kumini, where I'm the Konohiki on the east side of Molokai, Old Lo'is. My mom had it passed to her from my father. I got it from my mom. When I got them from my mom, had an $8,000 debt because mom went to The Hague with Keanu Sai and found out that the kingdom still exists and that we don't have to pay in the illegal occupation. And then all of a sudden, me and my family come in and we be a part of the system. We make pono. And all of a sudden we get a big tax that we got to pay, and I think only going up. But for me, I would live this, what families go through on these Aina that you own, but you don't own. And hopefully one day, you guys can recognize that there are special cases like our Ohanas that, hey, your Aina, you shouldn't have to pay anything because everything being sold around you is going so far out the roof that eventually none of the natives going to be here. So again, I believe this is a good move in the right direction, but we can do more. Lastly, I'm a Kia'i Loko, a fish pond guardian. Like I said, I'm the Konohiki of Kumimi, Ahupua on the east end of Molokai. I'm a hunter. And all of those things needs to be recorded, needs to be identified, needs to be protected so that we can keep our place the way we want it to be. Natural, balanced, and Hawaiian. So again, I agree with everything that Malia Kudagawa said, Ki'i Kaho'o Hanohano said on the 3 bills. And thank you guys for listening. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Next.
The next person signed up to testify is Keiki Pua Dancel, to be followed by Eden Carney.
Aloha, Chair Lee, council members, mahalo for the opportunity to speak to you on Bill 205-2022. I did submit written testimony to the county clerk last night, and I did not see it on Granicus. So I will summarize my comments. On November 10th, at the Board and Land and Natural Resources meeting, the BLNR approved to assign the lease, quote, as is, where is, with all faults, to the County of Maui, or if not assigned, in 180 days to terminate the lease. Hulamalana'i was present at the meeting and was and is supportive of the BLNR's decision. However, we would be remiss if we did not point out the following comments regarding the transfer of the lease from the state to the county. The council members should review the lease language and the terms in which the transfer is made. The lease was provided to you in the Bill 205 packet. What was not included in the packet was the terms regarding the approval on November 10th. As mentioned above, the BLNR approved to assign the lease, quote, as is, where is, with all faults, to the County of Maui. This was also reiterated in a letter on November 22nd to the county's Director of Agriculture from the State Department of Land and Natural Resources, and I believe Councilmember Johnson was also on carbon copy, as was Pulama Lanai. And it did ask the county to confirm whether they would accept the lease, quote, as is, where is, with all faults. I included this letter in my comments to the county clerk as attachment A. As of today, there's been no response to the date of the comment. There are many conditions and terms in the lease. You can see it in Exhibit 1 in Bill 205's packet that are in default today because this is such an old lease from 1994. Upon assignment, the county would be in default on day 1. In addition, in order to be compliant, if you ignore the default, a significant investment by the county would be necessary. We respectfully request the council review the lease terms and conditions to determine whether this burden would be in the best interest of the county and the residents of Lanai. Again, mahalo for all you do for our community. We thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here for questions.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Danzo, for that testimony. I want to clarify some of your testimony. So I know there was an amendment shortly after the lease was written. And my question to you as a representative of Pulama Lanai, would Pulama Lanai be open to amending the lease?
The transfer of the lease that we support is as is, whereas with all faults. We have been in communication with the county, the mayor's office, as well as the department's director about other options where there would be no defaults, other lands in which there already are commercial lots available, vacant, in fact, and where there is water and infrastructure available.
So you're saying you would offer up some of the lands that are already offered in other parcels, but wouldn't be under the county purview? Or you just would you accept 100 acres in a different parcel? Is that your position?
That's not our position at this time. We wanted to understand what is the demand and the need, because as I mentioned, there is currently right now commercial lots available for lease that are vacant.
Those commercial lots, how long is the lease for?
I believe we adjusted it to match what they could get for USDA loans. Subject to check, I believe it's 20 years. But we did recognize that it was subject to USDA loans, and we did make that adjustment.
So previously your adjustment, they were 30-day loans as
that is not correct. There are never 30-day loans.
Or I'm sorry, 30-day leases.
30-day leases. They were never 30-day leases for the ag leases.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, Member Sinensi and then Pro Tem Kama. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Ms. Danzo, for your testimony this morning. I did see you in Pulama Lanai at the LNR meeting. My question was, what is the Pulama Lanai's purpose? Did you guys, not support the county getting the agriculture designation, and then you guys have other plans? Should it not go through? Is that your purpose?
No, we support the transfer. We support the board BLNR's action, which was the transfer of the lease as is, where is, with all faults. And then if it wasn't transferred over in 180 days, because this is such an old lease, Board and Land and Natural Resource would like to terminate it in 6 months.
And
The
then,
state doesn't have plans to develop it.
then would Pulama take it over? Is that your planning?
It is our land, so basically the lease would go away and it would still remain in agriculture. We don't have plans in that area at this time.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
And then we had Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a whole lot of information regarding this, and I don't understand it aside from having to clarifying questions. So my question, Chair, is that when the item comes up, would we be able to see if Dr. Danson could be a resource?
Dr. Dansel?
Yes, I assume it's going to be sometime this afternoon.
Well, we're hoping.
I can
we'll
make
let you
myself
know.
available.
We will let you know because we didn't anticipate this volume of testimony. So there is a possibility that we may cut off this meeting at 4:30.
Okay.
We may not get to. Pardon me?
If available, if I need to be available, just let me know and just send me a message.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dansel.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I just was clarifying. So the land that has been leased to BLNR is owned by Pulama Lanai.
Aloha, Councilmember. That is correct. It is owned by Pulama Lanai.
Sorry, aloha, Dr. Dansel. And then the other question I had, in regards to what you were saying about as is, where is, and those things. If the lease ends and it reverts to Pulama Lanai, is there any thing that Pulama Lanai is then on the hook for, or is it only the lessees or who the lease gets transferred to?
It's the burden of the leasee, which would be currently it's the state right now, and if the transfer goes through, it would be the county.
And my last question is, if the land lease gets reverted to Pulama Lanai, would you be open to community gardening?
We actually have a community garden already available, and there are a fair amount of lots that are still open. So we have two different parcels. We have one that's a community garden, which is smaller for residents to, it's more on the residential, and you can't use that for commercial sales. So it's only for self-consumption for Ohana. And then we have a separate area, and there's lots available there. And then we have a separate area, which is commercial ag leases, which Mr. Mana, Negus Mana, does have a plot available there, and we have a fair amount of land and acreage available there. In fact, Mr. Mana is only using half of his acres, not the full acres that he has right now there. But we also do have, on top of that, acres that are available for lease. No one's come to us and asked us for acres there. And there is
so
water there.
You feel that there's already sufficient, and you would address it if there's need for more.
Correct. And we shared this with the director as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dansel. Thank you, Chair.
Any more questions, members? I have a question. Dr. Dansel, you said if the transaction goes forward, the county would be in default immediately. Can you explain that?
Yes, if you look at your Exhibit 1 on the lease, there's a fair amount of conditions in there. And the state was on, upon execution of the lease within so many years, they had to do X, Y, Z. They had to prove that they had capital funding to do these different things. They had to survey the land, subdivide the land, do all these different things. And none of that has been done to date.
So what happens if you're in default? What's the consequence?
We have the right to enter into immediate termination agreements.
Okay, that's an attention getter. Thank you. Any more questions, members? If not, we'll be in touch. If we
Mahalo.
take this up later, we'll be in touch with you, okay?
Mahalo for the opportunity and happy holidays, everyone.
You too. Next testifier.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Eden Carney, to be followed by Liko Wallace.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Eden Kaiulani Carney, and I live in Kawela, Molokai. I'm in support of Reso 22-262. Unfortunately, my kids, my husband, and my children were actually just here, and they wanted to testify as well with me. But we're farmers, so we had to go drop off eggs at a certain time, so they couldn't be here. So we've actually gone through the process, and mahalo to Aina Momona and just a whole bunch of community members that kind of walked us through this process. My kids were able to write testimony for the Water Commission. We were able to attend virtual online meetings. And then we were also able to celebrate the victory that they had in October, saying that we would get full restoration of the Kawela Stream. We live to the west of Kawela Stream, so it's a consistent thing where we check the water. My kids are always in the mountains, so they go see what's happening. The only time we ever get real release on water is if it's a flood. And it's unfortunate because when you look up in the mountains from where I am, you can see that there's rain there every day. And unfortunately, that water is not allowed to flow to where we live or to the ocean where we are. So it's been a disappointment to hear that MPL has decided to contest the decision, especially when so much work has gone into and evidence, like Tiave had shared earlier, that the commission actually decided and upheld it and asked for full release. So we're asking you to please honor the commission's decision and please restore water to Kawela. It's been 100 years, and we hope that the generations and my sons and their sons will actually be able to see what the reversal of 100 years looks like in their lifetime. And the other thing my husband wanted to say is just do what's right. That's justice, and it's restoration, and that's doing what's right. So mahalo for your time. Thank you so much, and mahalo to all the Aloha Aina warriors that have worked so consistently for this. So mahalo nui.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Next.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Liko Wallace, to be followed by Sam Small.
Ms. Wallace. Oh, there we are. I see her.
Hey, there I am. Sorry, having internet problems. My goodness. Well, aloha everybody on the council. Love seeing you guys' cheery faces. Mahalo for letting me have this opportunity to testify in strong support for DR 22-262, urging the Commission on Water Resource Management to deny the request for a contested case by Molokai Properties Limited and to fully restore Kawela Stream. So I'm not going to repeat it. Oh, sorry. Is it going?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. But I just need to make this quick because I'm gonna jump on a plane. So I just wanted to give my strong support in to contest. Oh, I am so sorry. I am just feeling pressured today. DR 22-262, Bill 204, and Bill 154. I wish I had more time to speak on it, but I am in strong support of all three. And I thank you guys for hearing this out. And I look forward to seeing you guys in person. Aloha.
Aloha. Do we have questions? If not, thank you so much, and have a great weekend and travel.
Mahalo, you guys too.
Okay. Mahalo.
Bye.
Next.
Aloha.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Sam Small, to be followed by Lahela Aiwohi.
Video. There we go. Hello, all.
Hi.
Thank you. As always, it's an absolute honor to be participating in this process with you all. You know, a little bit of a background. I'm an East Coast transplant, if you haven't figured that out by now. 28 years in Manhattan, and I grew up in New Jersey before the Clean Air Act, where if you drove down the New Jersey Turnpike, you literally threw up from the smells of the industry that was unregulated and corporations having just absolute free reign to pollute and exploit the environment. And I left all of that behind because the allure of Maui, the allure of the Hawaiian Islands was just so strong for me. I got as far away from my origins as I could get. And, you know, seeing the volcano going off on the island of Hawaii, it's no wonder that the Hawaiian culture saw those volcanoes as sacred, humbling. And to be here as a resident now on Maui for 18 years and getting to experience and hear from the Hawaiians their experience, the support for this tax support, 204, Bill 204, the support for the Hawaiian elders is absolutely essential. And I thank you and I laud this council for bringing these matters forward. This council is acting in a way that I always hoped a county council would and never did. So thank you for that. The cultural overlay, Bill 154, the same thing. That the rights of the host culture here have been violated so grossly, and you are working rightfully to restore their rights and the integrity of their families. So thank you for doing that. Support for organic farmers and local food production, the same thing. Thank you for doing all of that. I see on your agenda also Bill 200-201, which relate to estimated revenue of park fees. This is an area that has not been addressed. I know from my negotiations with Mayor Victorino in negotiating to get Chris Salem hired by the county, one of those tasks that was given to him, the reason that he was hired, was to fix the park fees situation. I know of it through the deferral agreements. 3-lot or less deferred parcels do not pay park fees. The Lahaina Aquatic Center is falling apart. The Kihei swim meet was just canceled. That's a major event for this community. It was just canceled because the park departments say they don't have enough budget. Well, one of the reasons they don't have enough budget is that the lawyers and developers for decades have exploited their access to the county council to make oceanfront, multi-million-dollar oceanfront developments exempt from paying park fees. And that is a legislative fix that we intended to make and got blocked. Collecting on the deferral agreements was a legislative fix that got blocked. The auditor has now suspended his audit on the deferral agreements. Why? Because it will expose corp councils' complicit corruption for over 40 years. And they will do anything to protect themselves for their interests, not for the interests of the citizens of Maui County. So I urge you that legislation needs to be adopted to fix that situation and remove those exemptions of park fees for oceanfront multi-million-dollar. Those owners they don't even know that the developers and the lawyers got them exempted for paying park fees. They did it because they could. And it absolutely hurts every aspect of our community because the local people do not have access to proper facilities for sports. And, sports is huge. So please consider additional legislation to fix the SMA rules. That's been on your docket and it sits unacted upon. That was part of the package of things that were supposed to be fixed and they weren't fixed. So please, SMA, deferral agreements, park fees, these are things that need to be fixed going forward. And I beg you to pay attention to these issues. Thank you very much and have a wonderful holiday. And thank you again for the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Small. Are there any questions, members? If not, thank you very much and happy holidays to you as well. Next.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Lahela Aiwohi, to be followed by Mike Moran.
Aloha, Chair Lee, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, and council members. My name is Lahela Aiwohi. I am a registered lobbyist, and I am testifying on behalf of the Hawai'i Hotel Alliance. And I would first like start by saying that I am testifying in support of Bill 160, the expansion of the Kula Ag Park. I believe that is sorely needed, as well as the language that Councilmember Sinensi has included in that, and to go into the using certain fertilizers. So I believe that is something that we need to start doing in looking at diversifying the economy. The second bill that I'm testifying on today is on Bill 154, and I apologize, I'm at the airport waiting to board a flight. But I am testifying in opposition of Bill 154, which is the cultural overlay, and I'm testifying in opposition of Bill 154. As stated in my testimony at its first reading a couple weeks ago, the intent of a cultural overlay is great and very much well needed to provide the landowners and developers some guidance on the areas of future project sites or any possible sites for that matter. In that sense, I agree with testifiers prior to me, with the county archaeologists, and with the council in saying that a cultural overlay would help to expedite or streamline the process. In the draft that we have in front of us today, that unfortunately isn't the case. It will not expedite the process. When reviewing this bill, I don't see this as a clean and clear written bill in a legal sense. Prior to today's hearing, I've had the opportunity to meet with a few of our council members to share proposed revisions of this bill that again would not make myself nor my clients 100% excited about, nor would it make some of the council members enthused about. But what it did is it provided context and language to keep the intent of the bill in place and to make this bill more legally defendable. I've shared a draft of Bill 154 with our proposed revisions with all of you, I believe. If I haven't, I will more than gladly get that over to you. I've expressed a willingness to discuss the possible legalities and the reasons of the proposals. My intent has never been to kill this bill, but rather to execute a bill that again is one that applies the intent of the cultural overlay. In the first reading on November 18th, Corp Council made recommendations to tighten up the bill, to which I believe was intended to avoid any legal challenges. Not all of those recommendations were taken, which in our proposed revisions addressed those recommendations and actually worked in parts to assist in putting in language that again will maintain its intent and again providing it to make it more legally defendable. In closing, I leave with just a few comments or questions as again we take a look at the bill in front of us. Putting so much authority to one person, which is the principal archaeologist. One, what is the current role of the county archaeologist? How many projects has the county archaeologist worked on, assisted with? How many open projects does she currently have? How long has each project taken? And lastly, as much as I agree with having a cultural overlay, will this hinder or help move toward in developing affordable housing? If there is a draft bill in place with revisions that maintains the intent of a cultural overlay and provides a bill that would be more legally defendable, why would you not support such a bill? Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. We have questions. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Ms. Aiwohi, for your testimony this morning. Just curious, does this bill affect any of your clients' properties?
It actually would not affect any of my clients' properties.
Oh, okay. And then are your clients going to challenge the bill legally?
I believe that there would be some legal challenge if there is an event that came up that where it would hinder any of their future plans.
Okay, because I believe our corporation council has signed off on the bill. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And I believe you're correct.
Any more questions? Member King.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Aiwohi. I don't think I've seen I didn't meet with you. I wasn't contacted and I didn't see your proposed bill. So if you want to send it to my office, I can take a look at it maybe over lunch.
I definitely will do that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Wrong button. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Aiwohi. I just wanted to offer my condolences on your loss.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Mike Moran, to be followed by Jantel Lindo.
Good morning, Chair Lee and council members. Mike Moran for the Kihei Community Association. Like you, Chair Lee, we didn't expect there would be so much testimony this morning. The item we're on is under M in bills, and we were going to testify at the time, but now we're thinking you may not get to it today, so we just want to squeeze in our support for 198. Those of you who were on the care committee, just repeating what we said there recently, there was a compromise action taken, but at least this is something to support trees doing some of the good work that they can do. We feel that most everyone in the community knows most of the benefits of trees, and unfortunately, when people follow the letter of the law and they plant the required number of trees in their projects, but then they cut them down so that they reduce the benefit of the tree, it kind of defeats the purpose, but they had their lawyers and they say, this is what we have to do, and we're going to do it the most convenient way for us. We're making slight modifications to this, to the landscape planting plan. Couldn't let the trees be more effective. We in South Maui, where we speak for, are in dire need of these benefits of the trees, and these commercial areas particularly. Ernie Resents, who you heard from recently, said, don't we all pull into a parking lot and look for a shade spot, especially in South Maui? I sure do, but there aren't any because the poor little trees don't have enough canopy to offer shade. So we hope this can be moved ahead onto the planning commissions and even to our own South Maui Advisory Committee, and then let it go forward to do some good. So we appreciate the time to testify, and I believe you're going to have one more council meeting, but in case we're not there or you don't, we want to reinstate what we have from most of the past 2 years. This is by far the best council we have seen, and others that preceded us say, go back to the first one. This is by far the best one. And most of you will be back, and the two of you who will not have left big open shoes to fill. So we'll see what the two new guys can do, if they can even keep it at an even par. Improving it would be really tough, but maybe they can do as well. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your hard work the past 2 years. Aloha.
Thank you, Mike. Questions, Member King.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here again, Mike. My giant feet withstanding. I have a question for you about, when you're talking about the one tree for every 5 spaces, was KCA able to touch base with the administration on that second parcel at Keawe Kapu where they just took down all the trees? Because I've been seeing nothing but complaints about that on social media, and apparently all the trees were taken down. Were you able to weigh in on that?
Well, we did. We were not prepared. We did go down there to the public meeting that was held down there that you attended and the mayor attended. So we just felt that we didn't expect it was going to be a clear-cutting thing. And then, of course, that's always the dilemma. Once they're cut, you can yell and scream all you want. Oh, sorry. Sorry, we apologize. So we didn't comment on it after it happened. And then with the change of administration, it seemed like, well, what would be accomplished by complaining to the current administration? I did talk just personally off the record to our county arborist after our last CPAC meeting about that, and he just kind of said to me, I'm the one arborist for the whole county of 3 Islands. And I said, yeah, well, what about that? And he said, the hope is in 2023 there's going to be 3 arborists, one for each department that is involved with trees. So we're just trying to look ahead. But yeah, we too have gotten in a lot of comments. Well, what happened? I thought, did you guys support this? No, we weren't. We didn't expect this was going to happen. And, you have to pick your battles then, as I said. A lot of reasons not to.
I just wondered if that was something you're following up on. It happened when I was away, and I was really shocked because one of the comments I had made at that public meeting was hopefully we'll keep some of these trees in strategic positions, to provide shade. So now they're going to have to go back and plant, I guess. But, just something for you guys, for KC to keep track of.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Members, any more questions? If not, thank you very much, Mike. Always a pleasure to have your testimony.
Thank you so much, Chair. Aloha.
Next.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Chantel Lindo, to be followed by Lohiau Pawa.
Aloha, council members, and Chair Lee, thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to echo that I just love this council. I think you guys are awesome, and I get to see the inner workings. So more so, I think you're awesome. But I just want to support CR 22-262 and Bill 204, and then I wanted to add on some comments about CR 22126, the bill to amend the ordinance concerning the Lanai Youth Center. I in no way or form want to take away the youth center from Lanai. I understand the value of having those kinds of facilities for more rural communities and what that means to our families and our young people. I would just in general like to ask the council to pay special attention to the timing and the type of funding that we are asking to fund these kinds of projects. I'm not the finance expert, but I do know some things about bonds and interest rates and timing of things. And I do know a little bit from working with Habitat for Humanity on what kinds of construction costs we incur and the importance of seeking funding in a specific timing so that we get the best, most efficient ratings and percentages that we need to build in the smartest ways and fiscally responsible ways. I also would like to urge that from here on out, we take special consideration to ensure that as we're dealing with climate change and and impending disasters and all kinds of stuff, that especially in our rural areas, if we're going to spend big money on facilities, that we demand that they be built from its inception with the things that we need, and not try find funding later on to make them an official evacuation shelter or an official, bring them up to par. Let's do it from the beginning, and let's do it right for the quality of life and for the good of our people, and really get our investment money not just worth the social and part, but also being able to be the kind of council and the kind of county that takes special consideration to those kinds of things as well. And then Bill 154, the cultural overlay and cultural sensitivity. So I guess I kind of establishing myself as somebody who just say what is on my heart and not trying to be offensive or anything, but one of the things from my experience on the planning commission and then sitting in the seat, by the way, I am testifying on my own behalf and on my own time, is that administratively, when you don't have certain things in place, especially when it comes to planning and land use, it's left subject to personal, professional, and political subjectivity. And so then we have a discourse or a inconsistency on the way planning is done. And then we always doing planning and trying to fit in the cultural part. I think what the overlay does for me, what I see in the bill, or at least its intent, is to create a foundation and a starting point from which plans and land use development can be framed rather than the other way around. It states our intent and our desire to hold these things as important and necessary for the perpetuity of quality of life for our citizens and our host culture. And it also allows us to have one basic foundational playing field and removes all the political and differences of perspective when it comes to making decisions on those kinds of things. So I think that's one of the benefits. And then finally, Bill 192. I love this bill because I think that what's been happening with this council, whether or not everybody agrees or disagrees, is the fact that you guys have been super awesome in trying to clean up tax exemptions and tax classifications. And I really love the work that TIGS has done, and I really support that we clean up and clarify the benefits for supporting long-term investment into our community, and not allowing a misuse or a lessening of the integrity to those benefits that are afforded to the people who want to build up our long-term housing inventory versus those who just see a benefit that maybe they can have just because. And I just, again, want to just thank you guys for all your hard work, and I super am proud to be a part of watching you guys and benefiting from all of your good work. So, mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions? We all agree with you. Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Lohiau Paua, to be followed by Janet Six.
Hello.
Hello.
Commission, or hello, council. Sorry, I've been talking to the commission for the last 3 years, but now I'm talking to the council. Thank you guys for allowing me to testify on behalf of my ohana and myself, and I am testifying on Reso 22-262, which urges for your guys' support to deny the contested case on the Kawela River restoration. The evidence is pretty strong. They take 9 times more than they need. They have been delaying any requests from the commission. In April, they were told, MPL was told to restore Kawela, and they didn't. It's just obvious. I urge you guys to look into all the commission meetings that we had over the past 3 years. They're very interesting, and I also want to ask for your guys' support in getting more money for the Water Commission, because as much as it was MPL and their wrongdoings, what I believe, it's also the Commission's ability to enforce rules that they created. So like they only have one staff member that does a lot of work, and I think if we had more staff members on the Water Commission, that would help things move faster. But yep, that's it. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and yeah, aloha ina, mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Members, are there any questions? Apparently not. Or do you have one? Pro Tem Kama.
I do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Pahoa. So you mentioned in your testimony that has been sounded like, and many testifiers I think I heard too, were violating allowing the water to flow to the streams, other things that they were told to do and they weren't. And yet it seems like, okay, they're allowed to do this, and so is there an enforcement arm? So when you mentioned funding for Seaworm for more staff, were you looking at enforcement kind of stuff, or just regular office kinds of operations, or what?
More, not enforcement, but more maybe hydrological people. I don't know, Aaron's the super smart guys, the guys who go into the rivers, they test the interim in-stream flow standards. They those guys, the guys who, because and you look around, all islands get water problems, so this guy can't be everywhere,
So you're looking for more hydrological staffers?
Would be, yeah, for a start.
Okay.
That'll be a first start. And then, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No problem.
Anybody else? Questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next person signed up to testify is Janet Six, to be followed by Noelani Ahia.
Ms. Six.
Then perhaps we'll return to Ms. Six. So then the next testifier will be Noelani Ahia.
Hey, aloha mai kako. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mahalo for being here today to take testimony. First on resolution or county communication 22262, I'm in support of that. It's time to return the water, and we should encourage Seaworm to deny the request for a contested case, as you've heard from so many testifiers before. Bill 204, the Aina Kupuna bill, this is such an important bill, and I realize that this is just changing the specifics a little bit to decrease the amount of taxes and for the past 10 years it's required. This is really, really important. This is going to get access to so many employees to this legislation and help protect them from losing their land. So many testifiers have spoken about before, and as Council Member Kama brought up in one of the earlier testifiers, that there's so many issues with Aina because our people have been dispossessed from our Aina for so long. And there are folks who are still on their Aina and have maintained those relationships, and those are the families that we need to really model and uphold their ability to stay on their Aina with all the dispossession that's happened, but also the education piece for the other families who are trying to get back onto their Aina and hold on to that pilina, that relationship. Councilmember Kama had asked a question about what can we do, and I echo what Ms. Kaho'ohanohano said about education being so important in providing workshops. Land title issues are very, very complicated, and they are different for every ohana. And we do need to start to do more research from the county end to make sure that that we have correct information about land title issues. But the bigger issue I wanted to speak to about this is the historical trauma that comes with dispossession from land. And when we're talking about undivided interest and we're talking about multiple generations of people owning land, and like some people said, some people don't even realize that their name is on a particular title or a land commission ward because it's so many generations out. These kind of traumas create sometimes eha and pilikia inside of families, and it makes it harder for families to come together. And there are families who are doing really good work around this, and some of the things that I recommend are doing consensus work, doing ho'oponopono and conflict resolution, and bringing people together and really dealing with the trauma that they experience around land loss. Because until we actually explore these traumas and explore our pain and our hurt around what's happened to us, it's very difficult to come together and move forward and protect our aina. So I just wanted to add that to this conversation about the Aina Kupuna Bill and land title issues in general, and aina in Hawaii. And that takes me into Bill 154, somewhat related in terms of Kanaka Maoli relationship to aina. And this Bill 154 is designed to help protect our historic sites, not because they are defined as historic, but because we have relationship to them. We have pilina. It's our relationship as Kanaka Maoli to place that makes us Kanaka. It's our DNA that's in the aina. It's our bones that are in the aina that ties us to that forever. And so this bill, you know, one of the things I wanted to just briefly remind everybody is that this bill has had so much broad support over the last 2 years. So much work and effort has gone into it. And I'm a little bit concerned that there is a hotel lobbyist here trying to influence the council to make amendments and make changes that will weaken something that has been so carefully crafted over 2 years with so much input from every department and signed off on by Corporation Council. I did get a chance to briefly look at those amendments this morning, and I personally don't like them. I don't agree with them. I don't think they bring more clarity. I think they bring more confusion. And I think that if we can pass this bill as written today, it will be a win for this council. It will be a win for our people. It will be a win for the aina, and it will be a win for our lahui. So I encourage all of you to pass the bill as written today. Mahalo nui for your time. Aloha.
Members, questions? If not, thank you very much. Next.
Chair, I believe Janet Six should be able to testify now.
Can
she's
you
followed by Mahina Poipoi.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. For some reason, my video won't unmute, but you don't need to see me. You know what I look like. I just wanted to say the intent of this bill is to streamline the process. It's to facilitate things moving forward in a timely fashion and also to avoid costly delays. So it's information that will be allowed for people to make informed decisions. I don't have any power. I have power to make recommendations, like I did to the mayor about Waiale, and then the mayor could do what the mayor wants with that information. And my recommendations are based on data. I'm a scientist, so I'm looking at data sets, providing recommendations, and I do this for the county regularly. And I have streamlined lots of our processes. So the idea is not to cause another layer and to cause things to slow down, but to things move quickly and responsibly, preserve sites, and also save costly delays and time. So that's all I want to say. The intent of the bill is to streamline the process.
Questions, Member King?
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Janet. Good to see you. Or not see you, but hear you.
You know what I look like.
So, yeah, I mean, were you contacted by Miss Aiwohi or any of the folks that seem to have issues with thinking that you have all this power?
No, I was not. And so no one contacted me. And we've been working on this, as Ms. Ahia mentioned, and others for a couple of years, and there's been many iterations. And in fact, the word, I had issues with me, like putting the principal archaeologist in a power situation, because, we want to make sure that it's not one person stopping things. Rather, it's just a tool for the county and the permitting agencies to be able to look at the information. And I do this on a regular basis for mayor and other department heads.
I understand that. Because they keep saying it.
No one reached out to me yet.
The very least, they should come talk to you and understand that that's not the case. So
Thank you.
That's all. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you.
Get contacted. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Sure.
Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. And members, can I request, just in case you have questions when the item comes up, request that Dr. Six stay on as to answer any questions. Resource.
Any objections, members?
No objections, Chair.
No objections. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else with questions, clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the last person we have signed up to testify during this testimony period is Mahina Poipoi.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Mahina Poipoi, newly elected District 13 representative. But I've been, I think, testifying on these issues for years now. So I'm going to talk about Aina Kupuna, cultural overlay, and the Kawela stream resolution. I think they can all be commonly themed under righting the wrongs of the past. So starting with Aina Kupuna, our generational families have for many, many years been increasingly priced out of their ancestral lands. And, a lot of that directly caused by the burden of land taxes. So I'm very supportive of Aina Kupuna, and we may not be able to reverse the past, but we can at least stop the continued displacement and by passing this bill today. Cultural overlay, very supportive of cultural overlay. It's also in our Molokai community plan as an action item that we want to see for our island. Our cultural sites are continually just desecrated, destroyed, bulldozed over, and a lot of the time it's because of ignorance or claimed ignorance that, oops, I didn't know that was there, but it's too late now. So I think that this cultural overlay just provides an additional tool to be used in the planning process that can remove that excuse and just hopefully relieve our people of having to endure the continued trauma of having to fight so hard every time to protect and stop the erasure of our history and our culture. Onto the Kawela stream, I'm very much in support of the resolution to encourage the commission to deny the petition for a contested case. I won't go too much into it because I think a lot of the earlier testimony covered the points really well. Molokai Ranch, Molokai Public Properties Limited, has been really bad stewards and owners of the Aina. And, the seaworm decision, I think it's really important to point out that the decision they made still allows Molokai Ranch to satisfy or have access or opportunities to water resources that would still satisfy their needs of water. So it's really not taking away from them fulfilling their needs for water. This is $1 billion entity, and they have made no good faith efforts during this whole process time to improve their storage capacity, improve their transmissions, to remove the trash that they've left in our mountains. So I'm just very supportive of the commission decision. I've been participating at that level as well, and I urge you to support this resolution and to support our community. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? Yes, we see two, Member Paulton and Pro Tem Kama. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Poipoi, for your testimony. Since you were saying that you were following the process, I was wondering if you can clarify when the decision on the contested case hearing is going to be made.
I don't know when it's going to be made, but I do know that it's soon because, you have, I believe, like 10 days to file your paperwork for a contested case, and the commission has only so many days to make that decision. So I believe I would say that would be coming up probably in January. So I would say that it is time sensitive.
Okay, thank you.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative Poi Poi, and congratulations. It's nice to see you and to hear you again. My question to you was, in terms of the Molokai Properties Limited, are they an absentee landowner?
Yes, they are an absentee landowner, I believe based in Singapore. To the best of my knowledge, I have not heard that they have ever set foot on our island.
Then they don't know what they're trashing. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you.
Any more comments? Yes, Member King.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quickly, I wanted to extend a hearty congratulations to you, Mahina, and I'm really excited for your first term in the state legislature, and just wondered if you're going to be working on this issue from the aspect of state legislation. And if you do, would you want to keep us and all the folks informed who came and testified on the water issue on Cavella Stream?
I think short answer is yes and yes.
Okay, because I think all the contacts would be, we could give you all the contacts, or our OCS staff could, from the folks who testified about it today.
That would be wonderful, and I'm already in contact with a lot of them, but sounds great.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see you at the state legislature then. Good luck on everything.
Any more questions? Yes, Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, and congratulations, Ms. Poi Poi. Now that the county charter amendment for water authorities has passed, is this something that the Molokai community might consider? Creating their own board?
I believe it would be of great interest in our community to start a water authority here. I haven't had that conversation, but my suspicion is that we're really eager to see what the East Maui Commission does, Water Authority, and to follow that lead and do it for ourselves as well.
I'll look for your comments. Thank you, Chair.
Any more comments, questions? If not, on behalf of the entire council, congratulations again. Representative Mahina Poi Poi.
Thank you so
Aloha.
much.
All right. Any more testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Chair, no one else has identified themselves as wishing to testify at this time.
The members, it's time for lunch, so 1:30 or 1:45? We're good. Okay.
45 would be great. Chair,
Yes.
question, can we close the morning testimony and then open testimony
No, we
for the
cannot.
first item so that we can, when we come back, we don't have the morning session open anymore, but we have the session for the next item open?
We could take on the consent calendar, but that's pretty quick. Do you want to take that first?
Well,
And then that's the only thing that we would not have to receive testimony on. Everything else
No,
is
but my
open.
suggestion was to close the morning testimony, which is testimony and everything, open up testimony for the consent calendar, and then start receiving that, and then go to lunch, because otherwise we could come, what I'm afraid of is we're not going to get any work done today if we leave the morning session open and we come back and there's 20 more testifiers.
No, but the rest of the items, not including the consent calendar, if we close that, would
Right.
still be open.
No, I understand that,
Yeah,
but I think
okay.
if we could just close the morning session, open the consent calendar testimony, then we can go to lunch.
Okay. All right. Any objections to doing that? We can do that. That should be pretty fast. I do want to let you know that We're going to end at 4:30 today. There are a number of members that have to leave at 4:30. So I guess we didn't anticipate this much testimony, and that's the reason for that. Right? So, Mr. Clerk, any more testifiers, or otherwise call up the consent calendar?
Chair, proceeding with testimony on the setting of the consent calendar. There's currently no one signed up to testify on the setting of the consent calendar, so we'll do a last call for that now. If there is anyone who wants to testify on the setting of the consent calendar, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call. Chair, no one has identified themselves as wishing to testify on the setting of the consent calendar.
Members, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for the consent calendar?
No objections.
No
Member
objections.
Paulton.
If we close the thing, then we have to start discussing it right away, right?
Yes, but generally we don't have much discussion on the consent calendar.
Here. Oh, I do have a discussion.
I do too.
You go first.
Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. We're just closing testimony right now.
Okay.
Okay. Now, members, at this time we will set the consent calendar. As a reminder, the calendar can still be adjusted even after it is set. Are there any requested changes to the consent calendar at this time? Member King.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to remove CC 22-293 from the consent calendar.
Okay, any objections, members? All right. Remove 22-293. And then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to remove 22-287 and add it to the annual compliance reports that I referred to the Council Chair for action for the 2023-2025 term.
Did you say 297?
No, 287.
Oh, 287. Okay. Remove and refer to new council.
Yeah, with that packet of compliance items from PSLU.
Of compliance. Any objections, members?
No objections.
All right. So we have 2 items removed. And then so let's see. Okay, are there any objections to setting the consent calendar?
No objections.
No objections.
Okay, consent calendar is set. Right. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, shall I proceed with taking testimony on action on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on items of the consent calendar. There's currently no one signed up to testify on any of these items, so we'll do last call at this time. If there is anyone who wants to testify on action on the consent calendar, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call.
All right.
Can we just leave testimony open and go to lunch?
Well, the testimony will continue to be open.
Right.
The only thing will be closed will be consent calendar and anything
Then we come back and
preceding.
we take action and finish testimony and take action. We just wanted to get that out so that we could close the
Yeah.
morning testimony.
Okay, remember, members, we're going to close at 4:30 today, so we have to be chop, quick, move things along as efficiently as we can. But of course, we have to take testimony. We have to do that. Any questions? Did you say 1:45? 1:45 is the lunch break until 1:45.
Chair, apologies, before you recess, so just to be clear, we're leaving testimony open right now on action on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Meeting in recess until 1:45.
Recording has stopped.
Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Recording has started.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are reconvening the council meeting of December 2nd, which began at 9 a.m. roughly this morning, and it is now 1:51 p.m. Mr. Clerk, please resume our schedule.
Chair, continuing with testimony on items in the consent calendar. There are still no individuals signed up to testify on any of these items, so we'll do last call at this time. If there is anyone who wants to take testimony on any items on agenda item H, action on the consent calendar, please identify yourself now. Again, last call. Chair, no one has indicated that they'd like to testify on any of these items.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on the consent calendar?
No objections.
No objections.
Objections?
Okay. So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with the consent calendar. You have before you County Communication 22-288 from the Director of Finance, transmitting the Director of Finance's quarterly report for fiscal year July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, as of September 30th, 2022, and the Capital Improvement Project report as of September 30th, 2022. County Communication 22-289 from the Chief of Police, transmitting a copy of the grant agreement with the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation for the MPD Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant in the amount of $550,020.05. County Communication 22-290 from the Director of Housing and Human Concerns, transmitting a copy of the letter of intent for grant funding from the State of Hawaii Department of Health, Alcohol and Drug Abuse Division for the Strategic Prevention Framework Partnerships for Success grant in the amount of $220,000. County Communication 22-291 from the Mayor, informing of a vacancy on the Lanai Planning Commission due to the resignation of Shelley Predza. County Communication 22-292 from the Mayor, informing of a vacancy on the Council on Aging due to the resignation of Deborah Kabibi. And County Communication 22-294 from the Director of Finance, informing of the acceptance of a warranty deed for roadway widening lot 1D, Decoit Partition, tax map key 227187 portion.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to file all items on the consent calendar. No discussion needed.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member King, to file all the items as read by the clerk on the consent calendar. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
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 I see all, Member Sugimura, aye. King. All ayes, so that's 8 ayes, 1 excused, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on county communications.
Okay.
There's
Okay, go ahead, and then I have an announcement to make.
Chair, there's currently no one signed up to testify on county communications. We'll do last call at this time. If there is anybody who would like to testify on any county communication, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call.
But before I close that, members, it might be helpful, since we have a hard stop of 4:30 today, which is 2.5 hours from now, if all of you let us know what is time sensitive. And I mean legitimately time sensitive. And as an example, certain real property tax proposals, bills, are clearly time sensitive. They have to be passed by December. Okay, so this is what I'd like to hear from you, because we can take them up as soon as possible and move, and then proceed with the other items that don't have these very tight time sensitive requirements. So can we just start with you, Member King, and I'll just go down the line. Is there anything that's time sensitive?
That has to be passed today, you mean?
That has to be passed today.
I don't have anything, Chair, on this agenda.
Member Johnson.
Well, Chair, the intergovernmental agreement with the Ag Park, the stop is in April. And we have December 2nd today for first reading, December 16th for second reading. But having heard some of the testimony earlier, I'm kind of on the fence on we're at a crossroads. So I think maybe it would be smart to take it back to committee. So maybe it's not, but we wouldn't. I don't know about that. It's a lot of it's a lot of things to think about. But it's not. It's April is the hard stop because we have 180 days to take the lease or not. So if we put it to next year, we have April, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about time sensitivity as far as like this year, then I don't think it's that time sensitive for that. So that's,
Okay.
I just wanted to clear the air for that.
All right. Thank you. Member Paulson.
Could I just add one thing on the Lanai lease?
Oh, I hear a voice. Yes, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. So the deadline is to complete the transfer. So it's not just to take action on whether or not we would transfer, but it's to get the entire transfer accomplished. So there may be some time sensitivity.
I stand corrected. Thank you, Chair.
Member Sugimura.
We asked Rochelle to clarify that. What does that mean? Transfer completed.
So my understanding is that BLNR's approval of this 180-day timeframe was to accomplish the entire transfer of the lease from the state to the county. So it's not just the approval of the council to go ahead and move forward with that, but it's to get everything, all the documents and the transfer actually accomplished within that time frame.
And the time frame is April.
Yeah, so I believe so. I believe that that's what Kiki Pua referenced in her testimony.
Okay.
All right. Any more questions, Member Sugimura? No. Member Molina.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My committee reports have to do with board and commission nominees, and so they can fill their vacancies as soon as possible. So I'd like to take action on those today. And my other item has to do with just referring matters over to the next term. But at least for the boards and commission nominees, I'd like to take action today, if possible. Thank you.
Could you tell us which items those are?
Let's see. They come under committee reports.
James, could you itemize them?
Okay,
So we
committee
can-
report 22-127, committee report 22-128, and committee report 22-129.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state for the record, I think this is going to take longer, but CR 22-134, CR 22-135. I got a text from somebody on the airplane for Reso 22-262 and Bill 204.
Okay, these are all time sensitive.
Yeah, and then I'm not sure if you want to check with Miss Yoshimura on her bills, which are time sensitive.
Okay, no, we're trying to go down the line and then go back. Pro Tem Kama.
Chair, I don't have anything that's time sensitive. I just have one bill file and my referrals.
Thank you. Going back, Member Sugimura. And then Member Sinensi.
So for my committee, I don't have anything that's time sensitive, but I would like to hear from, when appropriate, Michelle Yoshimura on Bill 203 with HGA for their for the $10 million for the appropriation for the hazardous pay during.
Okay.
Yeah. So just that one.
All
I
right.
think there's an urgency just because of timing of the year.
All right. Mr. Clerk, did you take a note of that? Make a note of that? Okay. Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. For a second and final reading, I have Bill 154 for consideration today. And we do have Dr. Six on for today if we need answers to our questions. And then I do have Bill 160, the Kula Egg Park, that needs 2 readings before the end of the year. So I don't know if today would count as one.
Okay. We're still asking, though, if something is time sensitive. Okay, all right. Now we can proceed, Mr. Clerk. But before we do, can you tell me how many CRs we have, how many bills we have? Yeah, that are time sensitive.
Chair, for CRs, what we marked down for time sensitive, 6 resolutions down as time sensitive 1. For bills, we marked down as time sensitive 1 with 1 maybe, Bill 203. And for bill second and final reading, we have down 2. That's it, Chair.
Okay. Well, let's try and continue on our path, see if we can make some progress. And then if not, then we're going to we'll start working on the time-sensitive items. Okay, so please proceed from where you left off.
Yes, Chair. So we still do not have anyone signed up to testify on communications. So if the body is so inclined, it may close testimony on communications.
Any objections to closing?
No objection.
No objection.
Testimony on communications. So ordered.
Then, Chair, proceeding with county communications, you have before you County Communication 22-287 from the Director of Housing and Human Concerns, transmitting the annual report for residential workforce housing policy incentives and exemptions for the Haleakaiola 100% affordable housing project.
No objection.
No objections.
To what?
Yeah, I don't think he was just reading the item.
Referral to the next term with the rest
Referral
of the
to the
compliance
next term.
report.
No objections.
No
Okay.
objections.
All right, so ordered. Referral to the next term. Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you County Communication 22-293 from the Mayor, informing of a vacancy on the South Maui Community Plan Advisory Committee due to the resignation of Tom Blackburn Rodriguez.
Now, somebody wanted this
Chair.
out, right?
That was me.
Member King.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The reason I wanted this out was because I had a quick discussion I wanted to make on it. So I'm going
Right.
to go ahead and make a motion to file it. If I get a second, then I'll explain why I wanted to discuss it.
Second.
Moved by Member King, seconded by Member Paulton to file County Communication 22-293.
Okay, so my discussion on this is we had a member, Mr. Tom Blackburn Rodriguez, who resigned from the CPAC. And the reason he resigned was because he was appointed by the mayor, and he felt that the next mayor should really be able to appoint the CPAC members. And so I just wanted to make that point that I hope that if this current administration decides to replace him within the next few weeks, that they would do it in consultation with the incoming administration so that the purpose of Mr. Blackburn Rodriguez's resignation could be met, which is to have the next mayor have input into that position.
All right. Any more discussion? All those in the favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excuse. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Chair, you have before you County Communication 22-295 from the Director of Finance, transmitting 100 contracts and grants for October 2022.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to file County Communication 22-295, except for those grants and contracts that council members request for a referral to next term.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member King, to refer, to file all the contracts except those requested by the members to refer to the next council. Yes, Member King.
Chair, thank you. I would request to send contract C6603-2 on the South Kihei Road Sidewalk Improvements, Phase 3, to refer that to the next term.
Any objections, members?
No objections, Chair.
So ordered. Any more
members.
contracts? Any more contracts? Okay, just one. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Chair, the body can now vote on the main motion.
Okay, the main motion is to file. File County Communication 22-295. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 0 noes, 1
You got the-
excused. What's that?
So Chair, I just want to make sure you got the one contract to pull out for referral to. Okay.
Yeah, we got that one out. Okay, and then motion carries. Excused is Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. Mr. Clerk.
Chair recommended for referral to the council chair for the 2023 to 2025 council term is County Communication 22-296 from the Energy Commissioner, transmitting the status report for the Maui County Climate Action and Resiliency Plan.
Okay. Member King.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem forwarding this on, but I was told that I could still do a 7B because I think in our last care committee meeting, we would want, well, we're going to ask for a presentation on this issue and have a discussion. We won't be making any decisions, but this has been a long time coming and has been promised to us for the past 8 months. So I feel like we want to have a look at it while we're still in the current administration, if that's possible.
Okay, so this is to be referred to your committee.
Well, what I was told was to go ahead and refer it to the council chair for the
Oh.
next term, but that we could still do a 7B presentation on it in the care committee before the
okay.
end of this year. So that's the intention.
All right. Members, any objections to that? Any objections? Ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on committee reports. Chair, there is currently no individual signed up to testify on any committee report, so we'll do last call at this time. If there is anyone who'd like to testify on a committee report and has not done so already, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call. Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify at this time.
Any objections to closing testimony
No objections.
on
Chair.
committee reports and receiving written testimony into the record?
Chair.
So ordered. No objections. Member Sinensi.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. So if we're not going to be, if we're just taking out time-sensitive items in committee reports, are we still going to keep testimony open? If we're going to refer them?
If we're going to refer them.
Or we're just going to take all the CRs right now?
Well, what I wanted to do was identify all the time-sensitive items, so we make sure that we pass them before 4:30. But in the meantime, I thought we could just continue on track on the normal schedule until we reach the time when we know we're running out of time.
Okay, sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Where were we, Mr. Clerk?
Oh, so Chair, just confirming with the body that there's no objection to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony to the record on committee reports?
No objection.
No objection.
No objections. So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with committee reports. You have before you from your Agriculture and Public Trust Committee, Committee Report 22-124, recommending that Bill 160, CD1, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance, amending Chapter 22.04A Maui County Code, relating to Kula Agricultural Park Phase 1 expansion area, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print.
Okay, Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. I'll move to adopt the recommendations of Committee Report 22-124.
Second.
Moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Johnson, to pass, to approve the committee report recommendations in 22-124. Discussion, Mr. Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. Move to substitute Bill 160 CD1 2022 with the FD1 version attached to the ASF distributed today.
Moved by Member Sinensi, excuse me, to substitute this bill and this, well, we'll get into the discussion. Seconded by Member Johnson. Discussion, Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. The proposed FD1 version corrects formatting changes inadvertently omitted from the CD1 version that resulted in the duplication of certain sections. And I wanted to mahalo Councilmember Johnson for introducing this legislation. Your committee chair met on November 1st and 15th of 2022 and discussed Bill 160. The bill will implement organic standards and regulations for the Kula Agricultural Park.
Okay, so the changes pretty much reflect formatting corrections. Right? Any more discussion on this matter? Member Johnson and then Member King.
Sure, I also want to support this. You know, I did a site visit out there. That land needs healing, and I think organic farming is a great way to restore the land. And I think this is a great way forward, and it allows room for conventional farmers to keep doing what they're doing, and then the high demand of organic farmers to have a space. So I rise in full support. I hope the other members do too. Mahalo, Chair.
Is that the ASF?
Member King?
I was actually looking for this ASF. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Oh.
So look at the bill.
Oh,
We're
I
just
see, I
passing it out
see.
now, Chair.
Members, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, thank you.
Recording has stopped.
Okay, here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3,
Recording has started.
2, 1, go.
Will the council meeting of December 2nd please reconvene? Members, have you had a chance to read the ASF? So there is a motion on the floor, and that is to pass approve the committee report 22-24, 124, and an amendment now to substitute the bill with the new bill with corrections, and that's what was passed out to you. Any further discussion? Member King.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize that I wasn't at the committee meeting because I think I was on the other. This was being discussed. But I had some questions on page 10 under section S, like Sam. There's a list of, it says pesticide, number 1 says pesticides and fertilizers listed as allowed on the national list of allowed and prohibited substances. But that, that doesn't specify for organic planting. Is that what the intent is? Because the description of it was that this section of the ag park would be for organic farming. But I don't see the word organic anywhere in here. So just if someone could explain to me.
Well, can you again tell us what page you're on?
Page 10.
Page 10.
The last section on page 10, which is S like in Sam.
Right.
The first paragraph under the heading paragraph refers to pesticides and fertilizers listed as allowed on the national list of allowed and prohibited substances. But it doesn't say specifically that list is a list of substances that's used for organic farming. So I'm just trying to determine where that word, I haven't seen that word in this bill at all.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. Let me explain, add on to that. So the feds issue a list of allowable pesticides for organic farmers every year. So we're just telling in this bill that to follow what the feds do every year, because they can change it, right? So if they change it, then, and we wrote it in here, we would have to change it ourselves. So we actually did have a list. So we just say that the pesticides and fertilizers listed as allowed on that list is what you can do. So it allows them to change, the feds to change it. And then that's what, if I was a certified, or if I want to be a certified ag farmer, those are the types of chemicals that I would be allowed and still be certified.
Okay, I guess my question is, like, what, if you looked at this, how would you know that that's a list for organic farmers? So is it, could we put in here, like, on the national list of allowed and prohibited substances for organic farmers, if that's what it's for? And that way, if you looked at this, you would know to expect that all of these were substances allowed for organic farming.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So I guess I'll move that amendment.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I guess I would like to move to amend the section S under number 1 to insert the phrase after the word substances, to insert for organic farmers, so that it reads pesticides and fertilizers listed as, quote, allowed on the national list of allowed and prohibited substances for organic farmers, as listed in Title VII Code, And that way, that someone looking at this bill would understand the intent of why we're separating out the Phase 1 expansion.
So there's a motion to add that. Is there a second?
For discussion?
Okay. Member Johnson just seconded. Okay, any more discussion, Member King?
Yeah, I think it just clarifies what the intent was. If the intent was that list is a list of pesticides allowed for organic farming, it's just clarifying that in that paragraph.
Any more? Member of Pro Tem Kama.
I just had a question regarding that allowable list. Is that just an allowable list, or does that list actually include organic pesticides or non-organic? I mean, do we know that this list is for organic farming? It is? We know that, and it's not for any farming.
That was my question to Member Johnson. He said he verified
understand.
that. Yeah, he verified that that is what that list is supposed to be.
All right, and then I also see Corp Counsel Thompson on the call. You want to clarify anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to recommend a slight change in wording. After National List of Allowed and Prohibited Substances, I would consider adding comma, which identifies substances that may and may not be used in organic crop and livestock production. And that's taken directly from the website where that list is published. So it's
Okay,
more about
and-
the types of crops than farmers is really the point.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I accept that friendly amendment.
Could you repeat that friendly amendment?
Rochelle?
Sure. So it would, after the word substances, would be comma, which identifies substances that may and may not be used in organic crop and livestock production.
Okay. Which identify again?
I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Any discussion on that friendly amendment?
What does that mean? That may or may not identify.
Corporation Counsel, did you hear the question? Can you clarify what may or may not means?
So what it means is that it lists specifically allowed and prohibited substances that can be used in organic crop production or livestock. Generally synthetic, it says, I'm reading from their website, generally synthetic substances are prohibited unless they're specifically on this list. And then non-synthetic substances are allowed unless specifically prohibited. So an example is, let's see, arsenic is an example of a prohibited natural substance. So not all natural substances are allowed on organic crop production, and same with synthetic. So it's basically a list of yes you can and no you can't.
Okay. Any more comments or discussion, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. That was a good addition.
Okay, so what's on the floor now is the amendment that, which is listed in the chat, which would be added right after the word substances in number 1, under S1, right after substances. Okay? All those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand and say aye. Okay, 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excuse. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, motion carries. Are there any other amendments? Okay. Member Sugimura.
Thank you. If I'm looking at the composition of the Ag Park Committee, which is 22-04A.070. I have been a committee member for all the years I've been on the council because this is my district area and ag. I just wanted to make a note that for on number 11, it says one representative tenant of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area. And as you know, or maybe you will find out that they haven't started working on it yet. So there is no tenant for the Ag Park expansion area. I think that's what you're talking about, the new area. We have the Kula Ag Park in existence, and we have representative from that. But if you're going to put this in now, there will be no way to fulfill this number 11 for the expansion area because it's not even ready for a tenant yet. So I want to delete that. And it could be added on in the future. I understand the intent of that, but I think it's too far reaching at this moment in time for this bill. So I want to delete that one representative tenant of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area because it doesn't have any
Okay, so
tenants yet.
can you make a motion? Could you make a
Oh,
motion?
I move to amend whatever this
delete.
to delete, thank you. 11, number 11, one representative tenant of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area. And
Second.
Second.
thank you.
Seconded by Pro Tem Kama. And then I think we heard your discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So any more discussion on this item? Questions? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Member Sugimura is open. I'd like to amend that motion to say when applicable.
Member Sugimura, would you accept that?
But we're still not going to have the 11 members for a while. We will eventually. We're putting up fencing now. The second Kula Ag Park, which you're calling Phase 1, is barren land right now. And until we can, get it to a stage that we can have a tenant, I don't think we're going to ask for anybody to apply for that barren land until we get there and we can treat it so that we can have a farmer farm there, but it's really not ready. And we can have Cali RC comment on it, or somebody comment on it, or OED probably has the most knowledge of where we are, or Dr. Kyle Kairos in terms of being a current Kula Ag Park chair. I think it's a little bit too far-reaching.
Okay, let's go back to Member Sinensi and then Corp Counsel.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Sugimura. And yes, that's exactly. So when we add when applicable, that's what it means, so that we can set it up for the future. We don't have to come back to it later. And then we don't have to come back and create new legislation. I think when applicable, when it is time to go ahead and have that board member, then we can go ahead and do that and just set this legislation up for the future.
Let's hear from Corp Counsel and then go back to Member Sugimura.
What I suggest, both for practical reasons, but also so that you don't have to change other sections with the numbering, is to amend number 4 in that list and say two representative tenants at the Kula Ag Park, and then delete number 11, and then come back with an amendment, as Councilmember Sugimura said, when Kula Ag Park 2 is up and running and there actually are tenants there.
Agree. Like that.
It'll mess up your numbering too, and make meetings harder if you have an even number of members.
That was going to be my next comment. So thank you very much for that input.
All right, members, well, there's no motion on it. Are you going to revise your motion, Member Sugimura?
I'll revise my motion. So on item number 4, amended to say 2 representatives of tenant of the Kula Ag Park, and delete number 11.
Okay, so that is the motion, and seconded by Pro Tem Kama. So discussion on this revised motion. Member Johnson.
I'm just curious as how we would reserve a spot for that would be designated for the Kula Phase 1 Park expansion person on the committee, because it just says 2 tenants of the Kula Ag Park now. It doesn't say, and one must be from the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area. So it's changing the intent is what you know what I mean?
Member Paulton.
Could it say 2 representative tenants of the Kula Ag Park, 1 and 2 when 2 has tenants?
1 and 2 when 2 has tenants. Member Sugimura, do you want to revise your motion to say that?
And I think then at this point we should start calling the Kula Ag Park the second one as official name, which I can't remember at this point. It's all done in our financially. They don't call it Kula Ag Park, but we can fix that non-substantive change. If that, I mean, if that'll hold a space, and if Corp Council says that'll be okay, that's fine. But as long as we don't try to create something today where there is nothing, we're not ready for that yet. So, Rochelle, what do you think about that amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sugimura. I think I would just keep it as an or two representative tenants of the Kula Ag Park and Kula Ag Park, or let's see, or the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area, or whatever its proper name is, and I'm not familiar with that either. Director Arce is on the, and I see Deputy Director Yap.
Sorry, this is Weston Yap, Deputy. I don't know if my camera's coming through. Director Arce is trying to get on right now. Hi.
Okay, in the meantime, we have a question. In the meantime, we have a question from Mr. Sinanci.
Thank you, Chair. My only concern, Chair, is that, I mean, if we have two from the Kula Egg Park, would we have to kick off someone before their term ends when this position is finally open? That would be a problem if we have to take that off. So, I mean, the intent was to have a dedicated position held open for this seat.
Okay, that's a question. Mr. Yap? Your comments? Could you speak a little louder, please?
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Try again.
Okay, I am now unmuted, so I apologize for that. Can you repeat the current line of questioning? There are multiple strings I was trying to track. What are we focused on right now? I apologize for not being up to speed.
That would be a problem if we have to take that off.
We're talking about the Kula Ag Park Committee.
And the membership composition of the committee?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The membership composition. Do you have that page opened? We're talking about number 4, revising number 4, possibly putting 2 representatives instead of 1, or eliminating number 11 because the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area is not open yet.
Okay. And because the park's not open yet, there could still be the guidelines set in place as to who would put on the committee. So just because the park isn't ready to be filled with tenants or even ready to have county members appointed, we could at least set the ground rules for who might comprise the committee. Would that be fair?
Mr. Yap, do you have another device on, like a TV or something?
Oh, sorry, you're getting echo. Oh, yes, I do. Pardon, it's the Akaku. That's my fault.
Okay. I think now we can hear you better. Try again.
Okay. Sorry for the background noise. I realized what it was. The question is, I believe, can committee members, at least their roles, be placed in this bill, even though there is no existing ag park ready for tenants? And if that's the question, I believe we can define who's on the committee, at least attempt to, even though they're not ready to rent out parcels yet. Is that the nature of the question?
Yes, so the question also had to do with instead of 11 members on this committee, there will be short one member as long as the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area is not open.
Okay.
That
And
was
does
the
that
question.
impact quorum? Is
Yes.
that okay? Okay.
Then we have a council member who has a question. Member King?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Would it be easier just to leave number 11 in and just say one representative tenant of the agriculture of the Cool Agriculture Park Phase 1 expansion area, comma, appointed within 6 months of the opening of the expansion. That way, it makes it clear that that person doesn't have to be appointed until it's opened. And I think putting within 6 months might give you opportunity to at least get a couple of tenants in there, so it doesn't automatically be the first one who's a tenant gets on this committee. So that was my thought.
I think that
sounds
doesn't
cleaner.
take care of the problem of a 10-member even number committee. I think that was a concern.
But it was even before. I mean, before it only had 8 members, right? And then they added 3.
Right.
So it would still be an even number until the last one gets added. I mean, it didn't seem to be a problem before.
Okay,
It was
anybody
9.
else?
It was 9 before.
Member Sugimura?
Sorry, I don't mean to yell out, but what this does is the Kula Ag Park, correct, today has 9 members. And what this does is add 2 more, right? So it became 11 with this Mr. Senensi's bill. So it's not 8, it's 9 members today. And what we're trying to do is get to an odd number, right? So 11 members.
Chair, this is Director RC. May I say something?
Yes. I'm sorry I don't see you on the screen.
Sorry, I had a phone call earlier from the mayor's office. May I suggest that the number 8 stay as 1 representative and maybe have for number 9, 2 representatives from either of those organizations listed there. That way it'll make 11 and potentially farmers from one of those organizations will want to or will be interested in the Upper Maui Ag Park, because a lot of these farmers that we've come across in those programs are interested in organic production.
Member Johnson and then Member Sugimura.
Talking about ag parks, getting in the weeds a little bit, but okay. On the previous page, you'll notice it says following from 9 members to 11 members. We kept it so it is an odd number. So I'm not sure where we're getting.
Because there's nobody in the Phase 1 expansion yet, so then it'll be 10 with 1 vacant seat. So then when they make votes.
So okay. So I like what Councilmember King was saying, was that after 6 months after opening, then you put it in. So
Until then, it'll be deadlock votes, though, is the situation.
Okay. All right. Anybody have comments on what the director just said?
I liked it. Let's do that.
Member
job,
King.
Director.
Member King.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that, then when you do add another person from the new phase, then you're going to be even again. So there's no way to, you're going to have an even number at some point, whether you do it this way, then you end up with an even number, or if you just go, even number. But I guess my question would be to Member Sugimura, since you've been sitting on this, have you had an incident where you've been deadlocked like 50-50 and you needed someone to break the tie?
Member Sugimura?
So the composition of the Ag Park is important in the numbers, and we have had a situation where we're waiting for this body, this committee to, whatever, the great committee, I guess, would do boards and commissions to assign, and it can get very difficult quorum-wise and voting-wise, so it
I
is a
wasn't
problem.
asking about quorum. I was asking if you've had a
For
situation where
voting,
you
yes,
had
yes.
50-50 and you needed someone to break the tie,
Yeah, we have had a situation like that in committee meeting.
where you had an even number of people
Yeah.
in that show. I mean, the issue with the odd or even number, to me, Chair, is not a big issue, because you can have an even number depending on how many people show up. I mean, you probably have times when 6 or 8 people show up and you have an even number. So you're gonna face that at some point anyway, the idea of having an even number of people on that committee. Anyway, that's just my thought, is that we're going to be here forever trying to figure out how to make it odd number consistently.
Yeah, Member Molina has his hand up.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. As I understand it, you would have, 8 members. Now, the chair of the committee could abstain from voting, just let the 7 members vote, and that, if you have an odd, situation, and it'd be 4-3 or what have you. So, because I think if I'm correct, the Planning Commission, maybe Corporation Council can correct me, I think the chair will vote only in the event of breaking ties, yes? So I guess it would be up to the board or commission with their rules if they wanted to do that. So if you have 8, but for now, just the chair step away from voting unless necessary, that's something to maybe consider. Thank you.
Corporation Counsel?
So in general, we would always recommend that a board have an odd number, just to prevent this situation from coming up where you do have a deadlock, because a deadlock could prevent them from taking any action. It could just last for a long time, and then that would, they're advisory, so I don't think that at this point, I don't think it would result in any specific business not getting done, but they could, just deadlock on certain issues and not be able to move. So just in general, odd numbers are much better. As far as the Maui Planning Commission, generally all of our boards and commissions, including the county council and all, are considered small boards under Robert's rules. So while the chairs, they can, either vote last or, only vote to, break a tie, they are a voting member unless their rules would specify that they're non-voting. So I don't think that would solve the problem, unfortunately, with the even number of members.
Okay. We're going to have to move on this subject, but let's have Member Sugimura and then Member Paulton, and then it looks like Mr. Yap.
So I still do like the recommendation from Corp Counsel to amend number 4 and delete number 11 on it, so that we have 2 representative tenant of the Kula Egg Park. I forgot how Rochelle worded it, but then it'll be a space for the future Kula Egg Park tenant. I just want to insert something here that the second Kula Egg Park, in order for it to be operational, we're looking for another $10 million to do drainage and water infrastructure. So it's not a project that's going to be active in the near future. Just kind of FYI, although this discussion is important. So I would recommend number 4 to be 2 representatives from the Kula Egg Park, and putting in whatever Corp Counsel stated, as well as deleting number 11. That's my recommendation.
Member Paulton?
Sure. Thank you. My recommendation was if we can table this for a little while and see how far we can get on other stuff, because we took quite a bit of time here.
Members, do you want to do that? Any objections to holding off on this one and moving on?
Are you
Member King?
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Because I thought I know there was a motion that Member Sugimura made, and then I thought Member Sinensi made I lost track.
Okay, what happened? She made a motion. He made a suggestion.
Oh, okay.
I asked her, do you want to take on this friendly amendment? She said no. And so other people were making suggestions, and we haven't voted on any of them yet.
Okay, so the motion is just to eliminate number 11. I thought she wanted to take up Corp Council's suggestion
Yeah,
of
which is
changing number 4.
changing number 4 from the word 1 to 2, and then deleting number 11. That's her motion.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But other people had other suggestions. So, well, we're almost done. So, what's the final? Member Sinensi.
Teacher,
Did
yeah, I
you-
would. I don't know if Member Sugimura made that motion, but I would speak against it. I mean, it's calling for 2 more conventional farmers onto this, and later on, if we have those 2 conventional farmers, it'll be probably more difficult to include more organic farmers if we approve that now. I'm okay with Member King's about for having 10 members for 6 months until the 11th member comes on, and maybe when we are in a gridlock, maybe we could either follow Member Molina's suggestion or maybe even have the director of the department be the deciding vote, Chair.
Yes,
I have
Pro
a
Tem
question.
Kama.
I have a question. So, did I hear correct? Phase
Can't hear.
been, and that's what I think, have that 11th member. That's not so.
Member Sugimura. Did you hear
I
that?
couldn't hear Member Kama.
Sure.
What is the question?
Sure.
Yes.
If I can respond, yeah, I think the issue is my suggestion wasn't that it was going to be ready in 6 months. So the suggestion was just that that position would be appointed within 6 months of the opening of the phase
Yes,
1.
I understood that. So I
Yeah.
guess maybe my question should be, when do we anticipate phase 1 being completed? I think that's probably the,
Yeah, that
the better
sounded
question.
like a
Yeah.
couple of years, maybe even. from
Yeah.
what Member Sugimura
So we're going to hold this placeholder in number 11 for a couple of years. That's what I think where we're at right now, right? Should we hold this here for a couple of years or not hold it? And I think
Well, this motion is not on the floor right now, but if we did get this motion on the floor, it's not necessarily holding a position, it's just saying that position will exist after the appointment.
But if we're saying one representative who's going to be attending the Kula Ag Park Phase 1.
Expansion, yeah.
Right, the expansion. So we're still going to end up with just 10 people, right? So this person not going to be here for a few more years, right? So the question I ask myself is, do we want to wait a few more years? Maybe, I don't know. Or would that be fair to the rest of the group that they have to? Because then how does that impact the quorum if you're only working with 10 people? Although the legislation says you're going to have 11, so the quorum is going to be 6, but you don't really have 11, you only have 10. So is your quorum still going to be 6? That's
Yeah.
what this legislation says.
Okay.
So
So what we're going to do, we're going to vote on it now. Yeah. And see how that vote goes. And then we'll take the next step. And I'll also make another amendment after that. So the vote, the motion again by Member Sugimura is on number 4, change that to 2 representatives and delete number 11. Is everybody clear on that motion? We'll take a vote, see how that goes. All those in favor of the motion.
Roll call, please.
Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with a roll call vote on the proposed amendment. Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
No.
Councilmember Mike Molina.
No.
Councilmember Kelly Takaya King.
No.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
No.
Councilmember Yukile Sugimura.
Yes.
Presiding Officer Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Council Vice Chair Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Excused.
And Council Chair Alice L. Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 3 ayes, 5 noes, 1 excused. Motion fails.
Okay. Now, are we open for other amendments? Member Paulton.
I move to amend number 8 and 11 so that both of those come on at the same time within 6 months of their being tenants of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area.
So could you put that in a motion beginning when again?
I move to for number 8 and 11 of 22.04A.070.
Mm-hmm.
I move to amend number 8 to say 1 representative general public to be selected within 6 months of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area coming online. And I move to amend number 11 to say 1 representative tenant of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area within 6 months of that coming online.
Second. Is there a second?
Second. For
Seconded by
discussion.
Member Johnson. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. This would try to mitigate all the things that we just discussed for the last half hour. Thank you.
Member King.
Yeah, I think that means that there's no member from the general public. So I guess as because the general public member wouldn't come on until the member from the Phase 1 expansion comes on. So I guess I would ask Member Sinanci, I think this is your bill. How important, or Member Johnson, how important is it to have a member of the public on that committee? Because now we're going to have 0 members of the general public if this goes through.
Member Johnson.
Of course, all of these are important. I think the importance is there, but I think the debate we're having is the number and the quorum and all that. So yes, all these were put in for very valid reasons.
Member Sugimura.
I will speak against this. The number 8. I understand what Tamara's trying to do. I respect that a lot, but for the general public to be deferred until the expansion area of Kula Ag Park to not come on, I think we have a very, very valuable member of the Kula Ag Park, which you've probably heard from her when discussion was going on, which is Barbara Berry. And she's a general public person, which provides valuable input when we have Kula Ag Park meetings. She has great questions. So I would hate to see that representative be deleted. So I'm going to speak against the motion, although I understand what Tamara Paulton is trying to do in terms of getting the numbers.
Okay, anybody else with discussion, questions, comments?
Oh, in that case, can I make a friendly amendment to my motion to make that instead of number 8, number 9, 1 representative Go Farm Hawaii Farm Apprentice Mentoring Program or a comparable farmer education program, since that's a new
Okay, just make the motion.
I would friendly amend it for number 9 instead of number 8.
Okay,
it's vacant.
are you seconding that, Mr. Johnson?
Certainly, that's yeah.
Okay, now discussion.
It looks like that's added on with this bill, so it should be vacant, and we wouldn't be cutting any vacant person out.
Member King.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear. So in order to, if we take this current formula, in order to keep it an odd number, you have to remove 2 members. So the idea is to remove the 2 of the new ones that were added on, which are 9 and 11, keep the 1 representative from the, which I guess is one of the Maui County chapters of Hawaii Farmers Union United, because I think they have several. So yeah, I would support that. I think makes sense.
Everybody on? Okay with that? Corporation Counsel.
Sorry, Chair. The problem that it's going to, I have two questions. One of them for Councilmember Paulton. Within 6 months of the Kula Ag Park expansion area coming online, does that mean first lot rented or leased? I just want to
Having
make sure we all
tenants, yeah.
understand. Okay.
Sorry, by coming online, I mean having tenants within 6 months of having tenants.
Okay. And then the other, just from a, it's going to cause, you're probably going to need to change C and D because that, dictates how many members are for quorum if there are going to be 2 vacant spots.
Including all substantive and non-substantive revisions needed to make that amendment work.
Okay, just go back to 5. Right, members, any questions on that? Okay.
I have a question. Sorry.
Member
Chair.
King.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're not changing the, so it's going to be changed from 2 representatives to 1 representative from the public. And my understanding is that we only have 1 person from the public on now, so we don't have to ask somebody to leave. I think that might be Barbara Berry. Is that correct? Okay. So it will change to 1 representative from the general public, and we have that representative now, just to be clear. Okay, great.
All right, everybody, okay? Ready to vote?
I think I have, sorry, Chair, one suggestion. I would suggest deleting C and D. That it doesn't need to be said, how many members constitute a quorum, in an affirmative vote. That it just doesn't need to be in the code. So if you take that out, I think it addresses some of the issues with.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Friendly amendment. Everybody got that, okay? Just adding on to her amendment, meaning Member Paulton. Do we need roll call? Pro Tem Kama.
So, E, that's this. Ten members. How does that get impacted by? G.
We couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Revision. Great.
Okay, what's the, yeah, I'm sure that has to be changed to the remaining 7.
The mayor will appoint those people when it has tenants. The remaining 10 members of the committee outside of the council member, but when it's applicable, which is 6 months from when they first have tenants.
So does that have to be in B2 then?
I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think so.
Okay, what is the question exactly?
If you have to change the number 10 in 22.04A.070B, because when the thing is, there will only be still 9 members, because we're waiting for the last 2 members till the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area starts to have tenants, and then 6 months. But it doesn't change that the mayor
appoints,
nominates who they are, and that they serve staggered terms of 5 years.
Member King.
So why don't we just take the number out so it just says the remaining members of the committee must be nominated by the mayor, approved by the council.
How's that?
I think that works.
Friendly amendment?
And then the other question I had was on C and D. If we take those out, does that mean that you don't need a quorum at all to meet, and you don't need the vote of the quorum number to pass something? Maybe Corp Counsel can answer that.
Corp Counsel?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member King. You would still need a quorum, and so the quorum would continue to be 6. because it's an 11-member board. So you would still need 6 members to take action, no matter how many members are actually appointed or not.
Okay, so, but you wanted to get rid of C and D, so if we still need 6, then why would we not just leave that in there?
You could. I think I might have been under the misconception that you were reducing the numbers temporarily.
Oh, yeah, we are reducing the numbers temporarily, but I guess what my concern would be is if you take that D out, then this says affirmative vote of, the number of quorum. The quorum number is the affirmative vote. And if you take that out, it could be misconstrued that you just need a majority of whoever shows up. Like say 6 people show up and 4 people vote one way. That's still not enough of a vote. Is that correct? You still need whatever the quorum number is. That's how many votes you need in order to pass something.
Right, and that's in state law. So
Oh, it is. So we can take that
yeah.
out, and it's still understood. Okay.
Yeah,
Then
we don't
maybe
need to
should
say
just
it.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ascertain.
Okay. Member Paulson, could you repeat your motion so we can vote?
I move that one representative Go Farm Hawaii Farm Apprentice Mentoring Program or a comparable farmer education program be appointed within 6 months of the Kula Ag Park Phase 1 expansion area having tenants. And I move that one representative tenant of the Kula Agricultural Park Phase 1 expansion area be appointed within 6 months of that expansion area having tenants.
And deleting C and D?
Sure.
And changing and deleting the number 7 and 10 and just putting.
And deleting number 7 and 10 in B.
Okay. Everybody all straight on that?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. 1 excused, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Here.
Now that's just an amendment.
Yeah.
We still have to go back to, yes, did I hear somebody talking?
Yeah, so
Member
can
Sugimura?
Corp Counsel summarize what we just voted on? Before we vote on the main motion.
Corp Counsel?
I believe so. And Councilmember Paulson, please correct me if I don't get this right. Number 9 and number 11 are both going to be positions that will only be filled once Kula Ag Park Phase 2 is the expansion area. It has tenants, either 1 or more tenants, but once it's starting to be leased. The effect, though, is that this is an 11-member board, so quorum is still going to remain 6, and it will take 6 members, regardless of how many are appointed at one time or another, in order for it to take action.
Okay.
You understand?
Thank you. Yeah.
Got that. Okay. All right, now we have to still vote on the motion, the substitution. We have to vote on the substitution. All right? Do I need roll call on the substitution? No. Yeah, it's the substitution as amended. Do I need roll call? All those in favor of the motion? Yeah? As amended. The substitution as amended. Okay.
All right.
All ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. And that means 1 excused, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Hello, members.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, did we cover it all on that one?
Chair, the body still needs to vote. Well, the main motion as amended is before the body at this time.
The main motion as amended. Okay. Do we need roll call?
No, voice vote, please.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. 1 excused, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. Wow, so much for speed. Okay, now we have to start moving. Mr. Clerk.
There you have before you from your Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee. Committee Report 22-125, recommending the following. 1. That Bill 165 CD1 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to estimated revenues, Department of Transportation, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, Government Facilities, Bond Fund, Lapsed Bond Fund, Transportation Base Yard, Total Capital Improvements, Project Appropriations, Total Appropriations, Operating and Capital Improvement Projects, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. 2. That Bill 166 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to Appendix C, Capital Improvement Projects, Department of Transportation, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, Transportation Base Yard, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. 3. That Bill 167 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Ordinance Number 5394, Bill Number 71 CD1 FD2 2022, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Transportation, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. 4. That Bill 168 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Ordinance Number 5395, Bill Number 72 2022, relating to determining that part of the proceeds of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui heretofore issued is in excess of the amounts required for the purposes for which such bonds were initially issued, or may or should not be applied to those purposes, and directing such proceeds to other public improvements or authorized purposes of the County of Maui, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. And 5, that Resolution 22-243, entitled Authorizing the Acquisition of approximately 12.49 acres, identified as tax map key number 238102001 portion, situated at Kahului, Maui, Hawai'i, for an amount not to exceed $17,413,152, be adopted.
Members, I would like to ask you if it's okay to skip over this one for now. We'll go right back to it. Only because
No
the
objection.
Vice Chair is in the parking lot.
No objection.
Okay. So can we go on to the the Grade Committee reports?
Here you have before you Committee Report 22-127, recommending that Resolution 22-127, CD1, entitled Relating to the Appointment of Ricky Aaron Sanchez Sr. to the Urban Design Review Board for the County of Maui, be adopted.
Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the recommendations of Committee Report number 22-127.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Member Molina, seconded by Member Johnson to approve Committee Report 22-127. Discussion, Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee met on November 15, 2022 to discuss Resolution 22-127. The resolution's purpose is to approve or disapprove the Mayor's nomination of Ricky Aaron Sanchez to the Urban Design Review Board for a term expiring March 31st, 2023 to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of Stuart Marlowe. According to his application, Mr. Sanchez is the owner of Ricky's Plumbing and a member of the Lanai Water Advisory Committee. He was also a former member of the Maui County Commission of Persons with Disabilities. The Mayor's representative said if approved, Mr. Sanchez would fulfill the requirement to have at least one member of the board reside on Lanai. Your committee voted 6-0 to recommend adoption of Resolution 22-127 CD1 to approve his nomination and reflect the nominee's legal name. And ask for the members' full support. Thank you.
Any more discussion? It was moved by Mr. Molina, seconded by Member Johnson. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 8 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. 1 excused, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. Mr. Clerk.
There you have before you Committee Report 22-128, recommending that Resolution 22-225, CD1, entitled Appointment of a Member to the Urban Design Review Board for the County of Maui, be adopted.
Mr. Molina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Move to adopt the recommendations of Committee Report 22-128.
Moved by Member Molina, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to approve Committee Report 22-128. Discussion, Mr. Molina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your great committee met on this matter November 15, 2022 to discuss Resolution 22-225. The purpose of the resolution is to approve or disapprove the mayor's nomination of Ashley Noelani Miki Otomo to the Urban Design Review Board for a term expiring March 31st, 2027. The committee interviewed Ms. Otomo, who said she feels serving on the Urban Design Review Board is a way to give back to the community. And as a civil engineer, her projects have gone through the Urban Design Review Board process, and she is familiar with the issues the board faces. Your committee expressed concerns with potential conflicts of interest. However, Ms. Otomo said she is willing to recuse herself if needed. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend adoption of Resolution 22-225 CD1 and asked for the members' support of this nominee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. One excused member, Rollins Fernandez. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you Committee Report 22-129, recommending that Resolution 22-247 CD1, entitled Relating to the Appointment of Belina Pohl to the Maui Planning Commission, be adopted.
Member Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to adopt the recommendations of Committee Report 22-129.
Moved by Member Molina, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to approve Committee Report 22-129. Discussion, Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee met on this matter November 15, 2022. The resolution 22-247's purpose is to approve or disapprove the mayor's nomination of Mr. Apo to the Maui Planning Commission for a term expiring March 31st, 2027, to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of William Gordon Grigg. Your committee interviewed Mr. Apo, who was born and raised on Maui and is president and founder of Advanced Trucking Incorporated, doing business as Maui Crisp. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend adoption of resolutions 22-247 to approve his nomination. I ask for the members' full support. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused, motion carries. Excused is Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. Mr. Clerk.
We have before you Committee Report 22-130, recommending that the communications noted on Exhibit A of the committee report be referred to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023.
Member Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to adopt the recommendations of Committee Report 22-130.
Second.
Moved by Member Molina, seconded by Member King to approve Committee Report 22-130. Member Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your great committee met on this matter November 15, 2022 to discuss the communications for referral to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023 in accordance with Rule 22 of the Rules of the Council. Your committee removed items Grade 26 relating to the Hawaii Wildlife Fund et al. Versus County of Maui and Grade Item 1132 relating to the case of McKelvey versus Victorino from the list of referrals because the matters are no longer active. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend the communications noted on Exhibit A as revised and attached to the committee report that it be referred to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023. Ask for the members' support. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. 1 excused. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you from your Human Concerns and Parks Committee, Committee Report 22-131, recommending that the communications noted on Exhibit A of the committee report be referred to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023.
Pro Tem Kama.
I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 22-131.
Second. Moved by Member Pro Tem Kama, seconded by Member Sugimura to approve Committee Report 23-131. Discussion, Pro Tem Kama.
Your Human Concerns and Parks Committee met on November to discuss the communications for referral to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023 in accordance with Rule 22. Your committee voted 5-0 to recommend the communications noted on Exhibit A as revised and attached to the committee report be referred to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you from your Infrastructure and Transportation Committee, Committee Report 22-132, recommending that Resolution 22-145 CD1, entitled Approving Disposition of Non-Exclusive Waterline Easement Due to Relocation of Waterline Improvements in the Sand Hills Estate Subdivision, be adopted.
Member Sugimura.
I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 22-132, Chair.
Second.
Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to approve Committee Report 22-132. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Kama. Your Infrastructure Transportation Committee met on November 14, 2022 to discuss Resolution 22-145, paren 2022, entitled Approving Disposition of Non-Exclusive Waterline Easement Due to Relocation of Waterline Improvements to the Sand Hills Estate Subdivision. Resolution 22-145's purpose is to approve disposition of a portion of an existing non-exclusive waterline easement located within the Sand Hills Estate Subdivision, Wailuku, Maui, Hawaii, by way of cancellation. The existing easement traverses portions of private parcels of land within the subdivision and includes Lot 86, as noted as Exhibit C. The purpose of the easement was to allow the Department of Water Supply to construct, install, maintain, operate, repair, remove, replace, and reinstall an underground water line. Your committee further notes that due to subdivision development, water line improvements were removed from within the developable lots and relocated into driveways. A representative from the Department of Public Works confirmed that an easement is no longer necessary and supports Resolution 22-145.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you Committee Report 22-133, recommending that the communications noted on Exhibit A of the committee report be referred to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023.
Member Sugimura.
Thank you. I move to adopt the recommendation in Committee Report 22-133.
Second.
Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Pro Tem Kama to approve Committee Report 22-133. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. Your Infrastructure Transportation Committee met on November 14th, 2022 to discuss the communications for referral to the Council Chair for the term beginning January 2nd, 2023 in accordance with Rule 22 of the Rules of the Council. Your committee removed item IT 101 relating to approving waterline easements in the Sand Hill Estate Subdivision from the list of referrals because Resolution 22-145 was adopted by the committee and we took action today and referred to the council for first reading. Your committee voted 5-0 to recommend the communications noted in Exhibit A as revised and attached to the committee report be referred to the council chair beginning January 2nd, 2023. I respectfully ask for the motion support of this motion.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Thank you,
Mr.
member.
Clerk.
Chair, you have before you from your Planning and Sustainable Land Use Committee, Committee Report 22-134, recommending that Bill 97 CD1 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Chapters 19.04 and 19.08 Maui County Code relating to residential districts, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation in Committee Report 22-134.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member King to approve Committee Report 22-134. Discussion. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I have a brief ASF to be distributed to the members.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I move to amend the chart in section 19.08.050 of Bill 97 CD1 2022 under the column titled Measurement for the description of walls and fences by striking 6 and inserting 7 as follows. May not exceed 7 feet in height, and this returns it to what it is. no permit is needed up to 7 feet, but there is a permit needed above 7 feet. So just putting it back to where it was, I had wrong information in committee. So just returning it to current practices so that there's not that disconnect.
All right, that's a motion to amend. Second. Moved
I
by
second-
member
no,
Paulson,
I-
seconded by member Johnson. Who? Oh, I'm sorry,
seconded.
King. Okay. Any more discussion?
No more discussion.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now the main motion is amended.
Thank you, Chair. Your Planning and Sustainable Land Use Committee met on August 18th, October 6th, 2022, and discussed Bill 97, 2022. Bill 97's purpose is to, 1, clarify provisions in chapters 19.04 and 19.08 Maui County Code regarding yards and setbacks. 2, define certain terms subject to misinterpretation. 3, increase housing options and sustainability. And 4, codify practices regarding residential zoning districts. The Maui, Molokai, and Lanai Planning Commissions each recommended approval of Bill 97. Your committee agreed that having the same yard setback requirements for single and two-family dwelling units would ensure consistency. Your committee also agreed that reducing the minimum lot area development standard must include a deed restriction to require units be owner-occupied to prevent or limit speculation. Your committee further agreed that taller fences and walls could be allowed in certain cases, such as with approval of the Board of Variances and Appeals or the Department of Public Works. So we don't need that anymore because now it's at 7 feet. Your committee also discussed concerns with an existing code provision that requires churches to obtain a special use permit. Your committee expressed support for Bill 97, noting that if would codify certain recommendations in the 2021 assessment of the Zoning and Enforcement Division, which was recommended. Your committee voted 6-0 to recommend passage of Bill 97 CD1 2022. I respectfully ask for the council members' support of my motion as amended.
All right, all those in favor, any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you Committee Report 22-135, recommending that Bill 131 CD1 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending sections 19.04.040 and the 19.37.010 Maui County Code relating to timeshare plans and transient units, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print.
Member Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendation in Committee Report number 22-135.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulson, seconded by Member King. To approve Committee Report 22-135, discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Your Planning and Sustainable Land Use Committee met on November 3rd, 2022 to discuss Bill 131, 2022. Bill 131's purpose is to amend the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to 1, clarify that temporal use ownership falls within the definition of timeshare plan. 2, ameliorate lodging challenges that healthcare providers face by excluding healthcare providers from the definition of transient. And 3, clarify existing categorical exclusions from the definition of transient. Your committee noted that the Planning Department's proposed amendments to increase the length of stay for timeshares from 60 to 180 days, revise the definition of transient to include LLCs and similar organizations that use properties for less than 180 days, include the terms healthcare facility and healthcare provider, and clarify the provisions for healthcare provider accommodations in the definition of transient. Your committee agreed to revise Bill 131 to define healthcare facility to include care facilities designed solely to provide medical care by a healthcare provider. The bill also includes an exception from the definition of transient for full-time students and temporary workers hired by conservation organizations and for lodging provided by nonprofit organizations for marine research purposes if no rental income is produced. A deputy corporation counsel clarified the 60-day reference to timeshare plan in Chapter 514E Hawaii Revised Statutes does not restrict the county from imposing a stricter definition for land use purposes, such as increasing the duration to 180 days. Your committee further amended Bill 131 to address enforcement issues by implementing its current practice of responding to complaints submitted by the public and working with booking platforms like Airbnb and Expedia through memoranda of understanding. The bill amends Chapter 19.37 to include advertising and marketing as prima facie evidence of operation of a timeshare unit. Your committee voted 9-0 to recommend passage of Bill 131 CD1 2022 on first reading. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Going back to the committee report 22-125. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Chair.
Already read it. So, Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 22-125.
Moved by Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez, seconded by Member Johnson, to approve Committee Report 22-125. Discussion, Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair, your Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee met on November 16, 2022 to discuss Bill 165, 2022, Bill 166, 122, Bill 167, Bill 168, and Resolutions 22-243, which would amend the fiscal year 2023 Budget Appendix C, the bond bill, and the LABS bill to decrease bond funding by $6,563,098 and increase LABS bond funding by $10 million for the Department of Transportation, Transportation Base Yard Project, and authorize acquisition of 12.49 acres in Kahului, Maui for a base yard and maintenance facility. Your committee notes that these funds will provide for the acquisition of the property as well as planning and design of a county transportation base yard facility to accommodate a fleet of over 60 vehicles. Your committee also notes that the county does not currently own the sites where the buses are stored, and the county is not eligible for external funds for install electric chargers, as these funds are limited to chargers installed on county-owned property. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend passage of Bill 165 CD1 2022, Bill 166 2022, Bill 167 CD1 2022, and Bill 168 2022 on first reading and adoption of Resolution 22-243. Respectfully ask for the members' continued support of these items. Mahalo Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, you have before you also from your Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee, Committee Report 22-126, recommending the following. 1, that Bill 185 CD1 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as it pertains to estimated revenues, Department of Parks and Recreation, Lanai Community Plan Area, Parks and Recreation, Bond Fund, Lanai Youth Center and Skate Park, total capital improvements, project appropriations, total appropriations, operating and capital improvement projects, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. 2, that Bill 186 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to Appendix C, capital improvement projects, Department of Parks and Recreation, Lanai Community Plan Area, Lanai Youth Center and Skate Park, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print. And 3, that Bill 187 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Ordinance Number 5394, Bill Number 71 CD1 FD2 2022, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Parks and Recreation, be passed on first reading and be ordered to print.
Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair, I'll ask my committee vice chair to make the motion itself, and then I'll read the report. Mahalo Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendations in Committee Report 22-126.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Johnson to approve Committee Report 22-126. Discussion, Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair. Your Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee met on November 16, 2022 to discuss Bill 185, 2022, Bill 186, and Bill 187, 2022, which would amend the fiscal year 2023 Budget Appendix C and bond bill to increase the appropriation for the Lanai Youth Center and Skate Park by $5,168,000. Your committee notes that the bidder agreed to hold their bid until January 8th, 2023, and that the high bid price can be attributed to factors including the increase in material costs, lack of contractor housing on Lanai, and the cost to get aggregate from Oahu to Lanai. Your committee also notes that although the Lanai Youth Center and Skate Park is included as one line item in the fiscal year 2023 budget, they are two separate projects. The department confirmed the skate park can proceed without these additional funds. Your committee requested the department look into the possibility of constructing the building to enhance hurricane protection area shelter standards. Your committee voted 6-1 to recommend passage of Bill 185 CD1 2022, Bill 186 2022, and Bill 187 CD1 2022 on first reading. Your committee voted 6-1, and I was the one. I voted against this project because I agreed with some of the discussion that took place in committee, that the design was initially much larger, and the initial bid came in about $2 million higher. And so they scaled back the project, and after going back out to bid, it came out another, sorry, I don't have the numbers right in front of me at the moment, but about $3 to $4 million higher. So a project that was estimated to cost $3.2 million is now about $9 million. And Lanai currently has a youth center. If we are going to invest this kind of money into a youth center, a county facility, that I agreed with the discussion that we had in committee that perhaps it should have enhanced hurricane protection in that facility so that it could serve more than one purpose and possibly qualify for federal funding. There isn't a rush to do this project. When the project went out to bid the first time, it was right when the pandemic started. And then, as everyone knows, it's not a good time to build things. Additionally, this will be bond funds, and as everyone knows, the cost, the interest rate is increasing substantially, and that I've received advice from our finance department that it's not a good time to secure bonds at this time, that the interest rate, regardless of our AA+ bond rating, will not secure the kind of low interest rates that we were enjoying in the last 2 to 3 years. So for all these reasons, I will be voting against this. It's not to kill the project. The project will just not move forward in paying $9 million for a scaled back, not hurricane protected shelter standard facility. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? Roll call. Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, for that report and that statement. So my question is, so if Lanai already has a youth center, could we hurricane-proof that youth center and use some of this money to improve that?
Well, would it be a question to Mr. Johnson?
Well, I was asking.
Okay,
Ms.
Vice Chair
and
Rollins
Mr.
Fernandez.
Johnson could also answer too, but I wanted to ask Member Rollins Fernandez.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Member Johnson informed me that the current youth center that they have is made of wood. I'm not an engineer, so I am not sure if that youth center would be able to be retrofitted to be enhanced hurricane protection area sheltered standards. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question, nor how much that it would cost if it was possible to do that. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Member King.
Thank you, Chair. I think youth centers are of the utmost importance around our communities. I just wondered if Mr. Johnson could speak to the need for the Lanai Youth Center and Skate Park.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate some of the points Councilmember Rollins Fernandez has mentioned, but I would also add to that, yes, and the investment that we want to give to our children, and the way I look at this is as it is an investment, and the kids on Lanai, if you were to walk around town, the busiest place in town is around that area, the park, the pool, the future skate park area. That's where our center of our community is, and that's for the kids, and I think that brings our community only stronger together. So I'm going to support this. I understand all the points that were made about the cost of living, the rates of the cost of everything is going up higher. So I understand that, but I think we have to look at this in the form of an investing into our children, and that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? Member Sugimura.
King done with her questions.
Well, I was going to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member King?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to thank Mr. Johnson for his, for giving us a little bit more background on, I think, and how old is the current current youth center?
It's so old. It's just that's the whole impetus of this. People wanted a better youth center because it's an old plantation house, and you know how Lanai City is. A lot of old plantation homes.
Okay. Thank you for that, Member Johnson. I'm going to support this, Chair. I think the youth center, there's a lot of CIP projects in this current budget, as we all know, and they're probably all not going to get done, but some of them to me are less of a priority than this particular project. So I agree with Mr. Johnson. This is an investment in our youth, and these centers are very important community centers as well. Thank you.
All right. Member Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate this discussion. When this was presented before the BFED committee and the previous item regarding the buses, I was having my knee surgery, so I wasn't in the committee meeting and did not hear all of this. And I have gone on a site visit to see the community park, have visited what basically the community has to its advantage. I'm going to stand and I'm going to vote to support Keone Rollins' recommendation because we are looking at something that's going to be there for a long time. We have something right now. It's not perfect, but it is something that we can look towards in the future and spend money more wisely and have something there that's hurricane proof for the future, and not only for the youth of today, but really the community at large. So I appreciate the detailed description of chair of the budget committee, that what you gave us today. My vote is not against youth or not against Lanai having a youth park, a youth center, but it is about the future for a bigger vision for the community, and not only to just replace the youth center, but to think about it in terms of the bigger needs of the community. So thank you, Rollins Fernandez, for your description. And I'm sorry I wasn't at your meeting, but I appreciate this opportunity.
Any more discussion, Mr. Molina?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of dovetailing off of Member King's questions to Mr. Johnson regarding the structure itself. If I can ask Mr. Johnson, so it's made out of wood. How structurally sound is it? How long, how many more years is it good for, basically? Because I'd hate to see find out this thing is termite ridden, and in a couple of years, things start falling apart. But did the Parks Department give you, and maybe they did, I don't know if I can't recall what all the details, but structurally wise, how good is it for? How many more years before we need a new structure?
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Honestly, I'm not sure of that answer, Councilman Molina. I know that the the community has been asking for a youth center before my time on the council, and I know you members have been coming to Lanai prior to COVID. I remember I was in that meeting as a just a citizen, and it was the kids were asking for it then, and that was prior to COVID, back when the council would visit Lanai. I don't know if you guys recall that, but those children are getting older, and they're no longer children asking for the skate park or asking for the youth center, asking for the skate park. Those things they've been asking for many years. So whatever it was at that point where they did decide that they wanted it, that it was banged up enough that they would ask for a new one, it has not gotten any better. It's only gotten worse because time has gone on. So I wish I could give you a firm answer on that, Councilmember Molina, but just I know that my community, and I'm fighting for them, they've been asking for this for quite some time now. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Pro Tem Kama?
I just have a question for Member Johnson. So, on the Lanai Youth Center website, it says that the Lanai Youth Center is a 501c3 nonprofit org established in 1998 to provide safe place, fun atmosphere, so on and so forth. Is that when the youth center was actually built? Do you know?
I don't remember when it was built, but you said there was a time or a date on there. I couldn't hear you there.
1998.
1998. Well, I don't know. It's definitely older than 1998 because we move our plantations around a lot. They used to, pick them up and move them. So I don't know if that was moved or not, but it's definitely older than 98.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, for my second and final. Okay, I was able to pull up the exact numbers. Okay, the Lanai Youth Center project was appropriated $3.2 million in FY 2020. The project went out to bid in October 2020, and the lowest qualified bid at the time was $6.3 million. And then, as I stated, they downscaled. And, when the Deputy Director of Parks showed us the initial design, that was exciting. That was beautiful. And they estimated $3.2 million. And then when they went back and redesigned to make everything more cost efficient, it looked like our college, and it was kind of heartbreaking. It looked kind of sad. And, as a Molokai resident, born and raised, I know how that feels to get cost-efficient structures because it's so expensive to build on our islands. I get it. And I'm not saying vote against the children. I'm not saying that we're going to kill this project. I'm saying that there's a war right now in Ukraine that's causing the cost of oil to be very expensive, as we all experience at the pumps. Well, those that have gasoline and biodiesel or electric. That, we're coming out of the pandemic. There's a lot of supply chain issues. So there's just a lot of things that we're still recovering from. And at $9 million, if it has to cost $9 million, then if we can get federal funding to help us pay for that cost, I think that would be really beneficial, because if the bid came in at $9 million, we're going to be taking out a loan for $9 million on a higher interest rate that is going to be paid off in 30 years. So that interest rate of $9 million, and I can grab my calculator and calculate it out or get that information for everyone. But it's going to be well over $9 million, and it's not even a hurricane shelter. For context, our Kaunakakai fire station cost $12 million to construct, and that's a fire station and not just a youth center. So that's just to put everything into context, because it's not that I don't support a youth center. I want Lanai to have a beautiful youth center. That first design, I want that one for Lanai. I don't want the second one. And if we can get one that can serve as a hurricane shelter, I think that would be even better for the Lanai community. And if it becomes a hurricane shelter, just like we did with the Halaua of Oiwi Arts, perhaps we can get federal funding to assist in paying for that well over $9 million it's going to cost. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Second and final, I'll be quick. So we all know the facts of Lanai. Larry Ellison owns 98% of the island. There's very little things that the county has control over. And that's what I'm fighting for, is the idea that we don't have to ask the billionaire to help us with this because they own everything else. So why this is a one little parcel that the county has full say on. And that's why I'm going to champion this, because we don't have everywhere surrounded is owned by someone else. And this is the one thing, there's a community park right in there for our kids, our youth center. It's going to be expensive, but I know we've been waiting, and I don't want to have all this other construction going on and the kids don't get anything. So that's I just want to add to that. Thank you, Chair.
For my discussion, all I want to say is I agree with you. Anybody else? Ready for the vote? Pro Tem Kama. Your mic.
Thank you. So I'm reading in number 1 that the estimated revenues for the lapse bond, we're going to increase it by $5,168,000. This is also amending section 4.E 4A parent 2 to the Department of Parks for the Lanai Community Plan area for the bond fund, increasing the appropriation for the youth center and the skate park. So if I look at this $5 million, do I know how much is going towards the skate park, how much is actually going towards the youth center, and how much, or do we not know that?
Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So none of this is for the skate park. The skate park is already moving forward. The bid was closed. The project secured. This is only for the youth center. The skate park will start construction mid next year, I believe. So that's the funding for the skate park it's a separate thing. This is only for the youth center. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to remind you, we have a hard stop at 4:30. Okay, so are you ready for the vote? Roll call.
Chair, proceeding with a roll call vote. Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aye.
Councilmember Mike Molina.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly Takaya King.
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Yukile Sugimura.
No.
Presiding Officer Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
No.
Council Vice Chair Kiani Rollins-Fernandez.
No.
And Council Chair Alice L. Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 noes, motion carries.
Resolutions?
Chair, proceeding with testimony on resolutions. There's currently 1 individual signed up to testify on resolutions. That would be Faith Chase.
Ms. Chase? Did you call her again?
Yes, we're taking testimony on resolutions now. Faith Chase, it is your opportunity to testify. Last call. You are muted on your end. If you're trying to speak, we can't hear you. I repeat, last call for Faith Chase.
She left the call.
She just left the call.
Yeah. All right, members, any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for resolutions?
No objection.
So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with resolutions. You have before you Resolution 22-259 entitled Authorizing the Transfer of an Unencumbered Appropriation Balance within the Department of Planning Fiscal Year 2023 Budget.
Council Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to waive the requirement of committee referral and report for Resolution 22-259 in accordance with Rule 7G of the Rules of Council.
Second. Moved by Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton. to waive the rules of the council regarding Resolution 22-259. Discussion, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, these funds are for professional services related to the wetlands overlay. And this is time sensitive to ensure there is no delay in procuring the service. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion on the rule? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Vice Chair Rollins
Chair.
Fernandez.
Chair,
Oops.
apologies. I believe Councilmember Senensi is not present at the moment.
Okay, we'll take that back and say 8 ayes, 1 excused, and motion carries. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 22-259.
Moved by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to adopt Resolution 22-259. Discussion, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, the purpose of this resolution is to authorize a transfer of an unencumbered appropriation balance in the Department of Planning in the amount of $200,000 from Administration and Planning Program Category A salaries to the Administration and Planning Program Category B operations and equipment for professional services. The transfer of these funds would enable the department to comply with Ordinance 5421 relating to the wetlands overlay. Representatives from the administration are available to answer any questions the members may have. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye. So that is 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Right? Is that it, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Chair. So recommended for referral to the Council Chair for the 2023 to 2025 Council term are Resolution 22-260 entitled Appointments to the East Maui Regional Community Board and Resolution 22-261 entitled Relating to the Appointment of Laureen Ann Canetta to the Public Works Commission for the County of Maui.
Any objections to these referrals?
No objection.
Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Oh, sorry, you didn't read 2262. 262. Okay, mahalo. No objections.
Any objections, members, to 22-260 and 22-261? Member Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that 22-261, I guess for postponement of this resolution till the December 16th council meeting, we have no objections.
Okay, so going back a little, instead of referring both of these items, we'll refer just one, 22-260, and we will table Resolution 22-261.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just briefly explain, while we didn't have time to hear this item in committee, the 60-day deadline falls on January 17th of 2023. And with that said, I'd like to give the administration an opportunity to provide input on the nominee and allow the council members time to interview the nominees before the next meeting, if they choose to do so. Which is why my preference would be if we could just move this to your next council meeting for a final decision making, and members can choose to reach out to the nominee as well. Thank you.
Any objections?
No objections.
And you got 22-260 to be referred and 22-261 to be tabled till the next council meeting. All right, next item.
Chair, you have before you Resolution 22-262 entitled Urging the Commission on Water Resource Management to deny the request for a contested case by Molokai Properties Limited and to fully restore Kawela Stream, Molokai.
Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 22-262.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to adopt Resolution 22-262. Discussion. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, the purpose of this resolution is to urge the state's Commission on Water Resource Management to uphold their decision to fully restore Kawela Stream on Molokai. Molokai Properties Limited, which currently diverts Kawela Stream and has done so for over 100 years, requested a contested case which halts the stream's restoration. Our island's resources have been misused for far too long, and immediate restoration is essential. Because Molokai Properties Limited can fulfill their non-potable water needs with existing alternative sources, there is no longer a need for Kawela Stream to be diverted. I won't belabor this because I know that the Molokai community came out very strong and hard in urging everyone to pass this today. And I know that there was a question about the time sensitivity. So Seaworm could take this up this month, or it could take it up in early next year. The problem is we would only have a week notice. And so it's going to be taken up within the next, well, either this month or the next few months. And so that the Seaworm will understand the position of this council in supporting the Molokai community and in fully restoring the stream and upholding its earlier decision, we should pass it today. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. You know, one of the things I brought up when some of the testifiers were speaking is it seems like there's this, seems like people keep violating what they're being told to do by the agencies that are responsible. And so we're going to now urge the CALRAM to do this, and they'll probably, I'm sure they're going to do it, but what's to make and ensure that MPL is going to do what they're supposed to do? That's, I mean, so, because this has been happening over and over and over, not just on Molokai, but all over. So where do we begin to say, okay, this is what you have to do, and how do we ensure that it actually gets done? Or who do we, how much urgency do we, I mean, in this, do we need to say so that whoever's supposed to enforce this ensures that it gets done? I mean, I think urging them is great, but how do we make sure that somebody ensures that it actually happens? That's my question.
This
I'm
is
not
a
sure.
state issue, actually.
I'm sure, but our people live here. Yeah, I get that, but it's the people that live here that we are looking to us, and so we're going to urge the state, but how do we urge them to enforce what they say? I mean, it's like mom telling me, you can't go to the store, but I'm not going to stop you if you walk out the door. I mean, that's kind of like what's happening. So how do we, as policymakers, ensure that the state will continue to be urged or, I don't know, influenced? Or
So the next time you run for state representative, that is how we change things. Anybody else? Member King, then Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak in favor of this. It doesn't have the force and effect of law. Council urging the state to do something. If you want to do something beyond what we're doing with the resolution, lobby your state representative, your state senators. They're getting ready to go into session, and that would be a good time to start talking with them.
Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo Pro Tem Kama for your comments on that, because very appropriate. So this process, the Seaworm did make a decision, and MPL did have, I think, 60 or 90 days to file a request for a contested case hearing. So this is the process, but after the submission or the request for a contested case hearing, there, as I understand it, no statute requiring Seaworm to then either grant or deny the request for a contested case hearing. And so we're hoping that they'll deny the request for a contested case hearing, in which then the order of fully restoring Kawela Stream will stand, their earlier decision. And how do we enforce that? Well, with this resolution and in as a council member, and then working with our counterparts at the legislature, working with whoever then becomes the executive director of CWARM, and the staff, the ED, Kaleo Manuel at CWARM has been incredible, and I really hope to continue working with him in that capacity. But having, when the new governor nominates the person to serve in those different capacities that make those decisions and do the enforcement, it's incumbent upon us to also testify at that time and ask them those questions and impress upon them the importance of enforcement. Mahalo, Chair.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you for that response, Member Rollins Fernandez. And let's go to work. Thank you, Chair.
Any more comments? All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And wait a minute. Do I need roll call? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Say aye.
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 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. We have a request for a 5-minute break. So it is currently 4:03, so 4:08. Meeting is in recess.
Recording has stopped.
Five, 4, 3.
Recording has started.
2, 1, go.
Will the council meeting of December 2nd, 2022 please reconvene? Mr. Clerk.
Proceeding with testimony on bills. There's currently one individual signed up to testify on bills, and that's Faith Chase.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee. Good afternoon, Council. I just wanted to extend my support for Bill 170. Thank you, Tasha Kama, Council Member Tasha Kama, for bringing this forward. I still have a little bit of questions about the American Rescue Act because from what I read, it doesn't extend past this year, but I could be wrong. Thank you for the Bill 198. I'm in support of it for the trees, the protection. I still would like to see language in there if a tree is removed, that it is replaced. I specifically want to speak highly of Aina Kupuna Bill 204. Thank you for everybody who has supported this. Those were some emotional testimonies today. I thought that was a very interesting commentary about an unfortunate advantage or something to that effect. I brought this up in the Healing Solutions for Homelessness Commission the other day, and I've also recommended it to a dual referral of the Government Ethics and Transparency Committee and the Affordable Housing Committee, that you create working groups to deal with intermediary intergovernmental situations with land commission awards and tax map keys, which we are finding are not legal, based on the fact that our Queen Liliuokalani yielded her country and there was no actual overthrow. I look forward to this being attentioned as the new bodies take office this coming year. I'm in support of the Workforce Housing Bill 103. Thank you for the parking 180. I like that too. I'm in strong support for the cultural overlay. This is a beautiful day. You all should be very proud of Bill 154 and the property tax classification Bill 192. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, any more? Well, questions, members, any questions? If not, Mr. Clerk, any more testifiers?
Chair, there's no one else signed up to testify on bills. So we'll do last call. If there's anyone else who'd like to testify on Agenda Section M, bills, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for bills?
No objection.
No objections.
Chair, proceeding with bills. You have before you Bill 170, 2022, entitled a Bill for an Ordinance amending Title III, Maui County Code, relating to establishing a division of grants, research, and writing under the Department of Management.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of saving time, I would like to move to file Bill 170.
Any objections to filing Bill 170?
Second. Oh,
Huh?
no objections.
You need is that a motion?
I moved to
Second.
file.
Okay.
Yeah.
You moved.
I moved to file. Thank you.
Seconded by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez to file Bill 170. Any discussion?
At our HCP meeting this past week, there are many questions, as one of our testifiers has mentioned today. There are many questions that came up, a lot of discussion, and it seemed like we probably need to have more discussion back in committee. So I'm moving to file it, and we'll take it up next year.
Chair?
Yes.
I think maybe the appropriate motion or the appropriate, it would be to refer this to the council chair rather than file. If you file it, it won't get referred.
Did you say you were not ready for it, or you just want it to be discussed
I think
by another committee next year? What would you like?
I would want to have it brought up next year. So,
Okay, then you
I
would change
need
your motion to refer this to the council chair.
okay, move to refer to council chair. Thank you.
Second.
Member Rollins Fernandez and Member King. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Moved
Withdraw.
by Pro Tem Kama, seconded by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez to move, to refer Bill 198 to 170 to the council chair next term. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Is it 9 ayes? Is it 9
Jane
ayes?
here?
Okay, 9 ayes.
Oh, I don't know why my video keeps getting turned.
Okay, there we are.
You can see.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Thank you, Pro Tem Kama. Next item.
Chair recommended for referral to the council chair for the 2023 to 2025 council term is Bill 198, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Chapter 12.24 Maui County Code relating to the landscape planting plan.
No?
No objection.
All right, next bill.
Chair, just to confirm, there's no objections to that referral.
Any objections to referring
No
this to
objections.
Objections.
the next term? Okay, Bill 199.
Chair, you have before you Bill 199, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to the Department of Fire and Public Safety Administration Program, Ocean Safety Program.
Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. In the interest of time, if there are no objections, may I request all the bills until Bill 2202 be called up?
202 or 203?
Oh.
202.
202.
All right.
Oh, no, 203. Sorry.
Okay, 203.
No
Mr.
objections.
Clerk.
Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Molina.
Chair, you also have before you Bill 200, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to estimated revenues, Department of Parks and Recreation, Countywide Parks and Recreation, General Fund, Countywide Park Facilities, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, Parks and Recreation, Bond Fund, Velma McWayne Santos Center Improvements and General Fund, Lihikai School Park Site Improvements, Total Capital Improvements Project Appropriations, Total Appropriations, Operating and Capital Improvement Projects. Bill 201, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to Appendix C, Capital Improvement Projects, Department of Parks and Recreation, Countywide Parks Facilities, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, Lihikai School Park Site Improvements, Velma McWayne Santos Center Improvements. Bill 202, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending Ordinance Number 5394, Bill Number 71, CD1, FD2, 2022, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Parks and Recreation, and Bill 203, 2022, entitled A Bill for an Ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the County of Maui as pertains to estimated revenues, Department of Finance, total operating appropriations, operating and capital improvement projects.
Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to waive the requirement of a committee referral and report for Bill 199, 2022, Bill 200, 201, 202, and Bill 203, 2022, in accordance with Rule 7G of the Rules of Council.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member King. To waive the rules of the council regarding Bills 199, 200, 201, 202, 203. Discussion. Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, Bill 199 is time sensitive to enable the department to make the requested adjustments as soon as possible. Bill 201 and 202 are necessary to allow these projects to continue to move forward. Bill 203 would provide a portion of the expenditures required under the arbitration decision involving temporary hazard pay for Hawaii, and passage today will allow the county proceed as quickly as possible.
Okay. Any more discussion? Member Paulton. This is on the waiver.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay. I like those technical terms. Never mind. All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to pass Bill 199, 2022 Bill 2022 Bill 22 on first reading.
Moved by Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to move the stated bills on first reading. Any discussion? Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Members, the purpose of Bill 199 is to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget, Department of Fire and Public Safety by decreasing the appropriation for the Ocean Safety Program by $62,062 and one equivalent personnel by increasing the administration program by the same amount and EP. This amendment would transfer the battalion chief position, which is currently filled by a firefighter, from the Ocean Safety Program to the administration program, and would allow the department to create an Ocean Safety Bureau chief position that was funded in the FY 2023 budget. Bills 200, 201, and 202. The purpose of those bills is to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget bill, Appendix C, and bond bill to appropriate an additional $1,855,000 in bond funding for the Department of Parks and Recreation capital improvement projects. They would increase the appropriation for countywide parks facilities by $346,000, for Velma McWayne Santos Center improvements by $855,000, and add a project description and project for Lihikai School Park site improvement for $645,000. Based on bid results for the Lihikai School Park site improvements and the Velma McWayne Santos Center improvements, additional funding is needed to encumber a contract. A copy of the bid results was transmitted with these bills. The department has also increased the appropriation for countywide park facilities to supplement any unforeseen increases to ongoing capital improvement projects for the department. And for Bill 203, this bill is to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget by increasing the estimated revenues for carryover savings for the general fund by $10 million and appropriated the funds to the Department of Finance countywide cost temporary hazard pay related to COVID-19 grievances. A certification of additional revenues was transmitted with this bill. Expenditures for the United Public Works employees were made from this fund as stated. The additional funds would provide a portion of the expenditure required for HGEA members. And for all of these bills, representatives from the administration are available to answer any of the members' questions. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. I'm in full support of Bill 203. Many of our HGA unit members didn't sign up to be in hazardous positions, and I fully support compensating them for their work during the pandemic. Among them, ocean safety, who can't wear masks in the ocean to pull people out and whatnot. As for Bill 199, I just wanted to correct the statement before the bill that says the battalion chief position is currently filled by a firefighter. It's intended to be filled by a firefighter, but it's been vacant since Chief GC moved to become an assistant chief when Chief Ventura took over. And the Ocean Safety Bureau chief has not been described yet. So there's 2 vacancies at the top of Ocean Safety. and many vacancies throughout. So I did speak with Ms. Yoshimura about before second reading, providing us with an updated answers to the questions that we had during budget. And I would urge the administration to receive my support at second reading to please work with personnel and the MD's office to finish the bureau chief description and fill that position as soon as possible. If we're working with you to move these monies to do what you need, please do what Ocean Safety needs to hire their head person, because the top two positions have been vacant for a very, very long time, and that's affecting things. Thank you.
Anybody else? Do we need Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I move to amend my motion to include Bill 204, if we can call that up. It's a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 3.48 Maui County Code relating to real property dedicated as Aina Kupuna. It's 4:28, and we have a hard stop at 4:30.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Moved by Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Kama to include Bill 204
Chair,
in the motion.
Sorry,
Yes.
and to include the waiver of Rule 7G of the rule. For,
Okay. So first
Bill
the waiver. All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye.
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 Okay. Motion carries. And now to include in the to pass on first reading. Vice Chair, any discussion on that?
No discussion.
Ready to vote, everybody?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye. Raise your
Aye.
hand. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Chair,
Yes.
apologies. Just to clarify, what was just voted on? Was that to vote on an amendment to include Bill 204 in the main motion as amended?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the waiver too. Okay, any more discussion on all of the, Vice Chair Rollins Fernandez?
And really quickly, the purpose of that bill is to decrease the criteria for qualification for Aina Kupuna dedication from 50,000 in 10 years to 10,000 over 10 years. Mahalo, Chair.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 For all those bills. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Yeah, we do have a hard stop, but I'll tell you, is there any other bill that has to pass today?
Sure.
That has to, it has a real live,
Sensitivity for Bill 154, Chair. We have
okay. 154 is what, can you tell us what the time sensitivity is on that bill?
Mahalo, Chair. We have Dr. Six here today to answer any questions if the members might have. And I believe she's going to be doing, she's out next week doing some reviews on projects.
Dr. Six, are you on the call?
If we can get the map to implement, then can start with that process, Chair.
Okay. We need, we all did talked about earlier about time-sensitive items that are, bona fide time-sensitive items. Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. If you allow, I'd like to bring on Corporation Counsel Rochelle to speak on the time sensitivity on the Lanai Ag.
On the Lanai, the one that we passed?
On the Ag Park.
Oh, on the Ag Park.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right after we finish with the overlay, we're talking about time-sensitive items that must be passed today because there's some kind of time requirement or restriction. Now, we need to know what is the time constraint or deadline for the overlay district.
Just so you know, if you can hear me, this is Dr. Six, and I can unmute finally.
Okay, please proceed. Could you proceed?
You want me to proceed? I thought I was here as
Oh.
a resource. Does anyone have questions for
Oh,
me
no,
regarding
no.
the
I guess
cultural overlay?
maybe you didn't hear the
Oh, sorry.
question that was posed to you earlier when we thought you were on the call. And
I have been on the call. I just
question
couldn't
is-
unmute. Sorry.
Okay. So the question is, what is the time-sensitive nature of the overlay bill, cultural overlay bill?
You're asking me, Dr. Six.
Yes, I
Not
think Mr.
Councilmember
Senenzi-
Senenzi. Well, I think it's basically, I've been here all day waiting to provide testimony, and so I may not be available at the next meeting. So I think that was the time sensitivity, as well as we've been working on it for a couple of years, but I would have to defer to Councilmember Senenzi.
Councilmember Senenzi.
That's correct, Chair. And I believe Dr. Six anticipates more site visits, so she wouldn't be available. And also to get the mapping. We're on a tight schedule to get the mapping.
All right. Pro Tem Kama.
Couple of things. Sorry, Chair. A couple of things. One, I need to leave because my child caregiver I need to go home and get from her.
Okay.
Second thing is, so I'm going to have to leave, but could we do a public hearing on this issue? Only because I feel like we have more people that need. Yeah.
There's a request for a public hearing. Yes, Member Sugimura?
Agree. Second.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In the interest of time, I'll be the third person. So I will schedule a public hearing on this overlay district. Now, getting back to the Lanai matter.
Okay. This requires 2 readings, right? So this is the first reading. The second reading, we only have one other time, and that's the 16th, I believe. Is that right? The 16th is the second. So in order for us to do it today, it would allow us first reading, then second reading on the 16th, and then that would be it. Now,
Not that time sensitivity.
okay.
What is the other time? Yeah.
Sure, certainly. The other time sensitivity was what Corporation Counsel was bringing up. Remember, we have 6 months to act on it, and we're saying that's April. We already had some time pass, and that's in April is when that deadline's due. So maybe Corporation Counsel can speak on their end of it, of what they need to get their ducks in a row. So,
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. And I misspoke. It's May 10th of 23, so it's a couple of weeks off there. So from your approval, then our department would work with the Department of Ag to make sure that they understand all of the obligations in the proposed lease, since we would be taking it over basically verbatim. There are some
Okay,
things.
so wait. So we need to complete the whole transaction by May.
Right. So if the next council, the next term, if the second reading occurred, fairly quickly, doesn't hold up the department from moving forward and, looking at the lease and looking at any potential issues there, so that they could report back to you either next council meeting on the 16th or in the next term.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. I know Councilmember Senenzi had his hand up about his previous topic, and I didn't want to cut him off. So I'm okay with holding off on that.
All right. Mr. Senenzi.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a question for Mr. Rotz. What is the process on the public hearing, and can we go ahead and set that date today? And my other question is, what happens to all the items that we still haven't gone to, Chair? Today?
It would be carried over to the 16th, the next council meeting.
Okay, so including APT Bill 154?
It's possible, yes.
Okay, and can we go ahead and set the public hearing date today?
We can't. We can't. What happens is we have to, instead of just a 6-day posting, we also have the Maui News to deal with. which requires usually about a 10-day window. And then depending on when that public hearing is going to be scheduled, I then have to do polling. So there's a lot of logistical things that we have to do first before we can pinpoint when that date for a public hearing can be.
Okay, Chair, and I mean, since we've got all the members here, can we go ahead and just set that date for December 16th before the next council meeting? That'll give us
You want
ample time.
the public hearing for December 16th?
If there are no
We can
objections.
try that. We can try that.
Yeah, because everyone's going to be available, Chair.
Yeah, all right. We'll shoot for that. That gives us a lot of time to work out the details and
Okay.
sufficient time. Yeah, today's the 2nd, so we have enough, more than 10 days to work with the Maui News.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, any objections to holding the public hearing on December 16th?
Prior to the council meeting. Yeah, sure.
You mean in the morning?
Yeah.
Or concurrent, you mean?
Yeah, concurrent with the council meeting.
No objections.
Yeah. We're
Thank
going to
you,
be
ma'am.
here all night anyway, so. All right. We'll
Some
do
guy's
that.
gonna
We
go
can-
out with a bang.
Yeah, we're gonna bring our pajamas. Now, did I see somebody else's hand up? Well, Mr.
Madam
Molina,
Chair,
was it you?
yeah, I had my hand up. My question was answered about the time of the because we've had public hearings in the evening, but in this case, I guess the body wants to do it in the morning. I assume 9 o'clock till what? I guess 10 o'clock when the council meeting starts or whenever. So that's kind of was my question: if this is going to be a morning public hearing or an evening public hearing, say like the night before or something. But if it's to be on the same day as the council meeting, I got no objections.
Yeah, probably before the council meeting. Yeah. Yeah, no, same day, 9 o'clock. But the public hearing first and then the council meeting.
How we've done in the past, correct, Chair?
Yes.
Mahalo.
And then I saw Member Johnson's hand up.
Doesn't this bill require first reading today? No? Oh, okay. All right, never mind. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm going to adjourn if you don't say something.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I just do a formal last call? My understanding is that we need to ensure that there's no testifiers before you
Okay.
table the remaining items to the next meeting and adjourn. So I'll just do a last call for any remaining item on the agenda. If there's anybody who wants to testify on them, please identify yourself now. We don't have anybody signed up, but if you do want to testify on any of these items, please identify yourself now. I repeat, last call. No one's identified themselves, Chair.
All right. Members ready to adjourn? Vice Chair Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So the items on second and final and unfinished business would automatically be tabled for the next agenda.
Yes.
Just confirming. Mahalo,
Yes.
Chair.
Any unfinished business will be carried on to the next council meeting.
And that also includes Bill 205, Chair.
Yeah, well, yes. That's not time sensitive, right?
That's just the last bill that remains.
No, but was that time sensitive?
That's the Lanai Agricultural Park. I believe the body's already discussed
okay,
it. yeah.
okay. All right. Ready to, that takes care of business then, Mr. Burke?
Yes, our understanding is all remaining items will be tabled to the next, postponed to the December 16th council meeting.
Okay. All right. Then, members, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. This meeting is adjourned.
Good job, Chair.
Good
Good job, Chair.
So what about Keiki Pua? Does she come back?
Recording has stopped.